Furthering your education.
Okay, thank you, Amy. I will call to order the April 9th regular board meeting of the Central Oregon Community College Board of Directors. We will start with the COCC land acknowledgement. COCC would like to acknowledge that the beautiful land our campuses reside on are the original homelands of the Wasco and the Warm Springs people. They ceded this land to the US government in the Treaty of 1855. The Paiute people were forcibly moved to the Warm Springs Indian Reservation starting in 1879. It's also important to note that the Klamath Trail ran north through this region to the Great Saliva Falls trading grounds. Descendants of these original people are thriving members of our communities today. We acknowledge and thank the original stewards of this land. May we have a roll call, please?
You bet. Laura Costa Cooper.
Here.
Erica Scaffold.
Here.
Aaron Morgan. Here. Joe Krenowitz.
Yes.
Aaron Murs.
Here.
Jim Porter.
Here.
Ellen Hunter.
Here.
Mark Renicky.
Here.
Tobias Colvin.
Here.
Bill Hall.
Here.
Debbie Hart.
Here.
Rebecca Lambert.
Here.
Jim Lanzarada.
Here.
Jade Mayer.
Here.
Courtney Sneed.
Here.
Lori Chesley.
Here.
Excuse me, Zach Boone.
Here.
Laura Boney.
Here.
Anne Marie Hamlin.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Michael Lalonde.
Here.
Alicia Moore.
Here.
Catherine Knudsen.
Here.
John Graham.
Here.
Brittany Nichols.
Here.
Beth Wright.
Here.
Kyle Matthews.
Here.
And Amy Metcalf. And then we have some other guests if you want folks to introduce themselves now. Or
Sure.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Sarah Henson. I'm faculty here.
There you go.
I'm Amy Howell, also faculty here.
I'm Emma Bloss. I'm a student here.
Alan News, also faculty.
Buffy Stolter, Director of First Year Experience.
My name is Taylor. I am an OSU and COCC dual enrolled student. I am the recipient of your AOAT award and your foundation scholarships.
Hi, my name is Patrick Rodriguez. I'm the IT support technician. In the IT department. I'm just should anything go.
Thank you. Fabulous.
We gotta get enough.
Anyone else? John? Introduce yourself. Did you introduce yourself, John?
I was called. I just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I will when I
I'm gonna
speak.
shut up then and pay attention. Anyone else? Did you get everything? Okay, thank you. So that's a great segue. Before we go to our information items, I would like briefly just to run around the table and have all of the budget committee members, which includes board members, because the budget committee is, of course, the 7 board members plus the 7 additional members of the community who have been appointed to the board. So I'd like to go around and just briefly introduce ourselves so that when we're asking questions and stuff, we know who that person is. So if you don't mind, can I start with you, Jim?
Jim Porter, board member.
From Ben?
Yeah, from Ben, sorry. Sorry.
My name is Erin Morgan. I'm also a board member. Officially, and I'm from Zone 7, which is Southern Deschutes in Northern Klamath County.
Hi, I'm Debbie Haar, Budget Committee Chairman for this year, and I'm also from Bend.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jade Mayer. I work for a company here in town called Brooks Resources Corporation. We're a real estate development company. I've been in Bend since '96, and I'm excited to be on this budget committee.
And you're the CFO, so you have financial experience.
Some days better than others.
I'm Joe Krenowitz. I represent Jefferson County and portions of Sisters Country as well.
Laura Kreska Cooper, Zone 2, Kirk County, and a little tiny bit of Deschutes County, Zone 2, and I'm a lawyer, my day job.
Lori Chesley, I'm the president.
I have to follow you. Tobias Colvin, I'm the general manager of SCP Redmond in downtown Redmond, the old historic hotel. I also was on city council for Redmond, chair of the planning commission, chair of the tourism committee, And I'm on budget committee for the city of Redmond.
Alan Unger, Zone 3, Redmond, Board Member.
Hi, Erin Mers. I represent Zone 5, which is Ben Proper. My day job is marketing communications at Cascades County.
My name is Courtney Sneed and I live in Jefferson County, been there 17 years, 19 years in Central Oregon. My day job is I'm a recreation executive director for the Madras Area Rec District. And I serve on a million budget committees and local budget law is my language.
I'm Jim Lanzarada. I'm a retired CPA with Moss Adams, retired in almost 5 years now. And governmental services was my area of practice. And just glad to serve. And I'm looking at the budget committee members you have and just pretty impressed. So happy to be here.
And Bill Hall, from Sisters, formerly on the Sisters Budget Committee and.
Thank you. Rebecca and then Erica.
Hi, everyone. Rebecca Lambert. I'm the Executive Director of the Crook County Foundation and on the Budget Committee representing Crook County.
Erica Scaffold. I represent Zone 4, which is the same zone as Erin Mers. And I am the Director of Quality Management for St. Charles Health System. And I'm also on the Budget Committee for the Deschutes Public Library System. And I'm staying off camera today because it's a long story. I have kids and they pass everything to me.
And Erica is the vice chair of the board. So. Okay, so we will move on to our information items. We have the All Oregon Academic Team. Who's going to, is that Alicia and?
So happy to introduce you Beth Wright, who's our financial aid advisor, and for the last couple of years has coordinated the All Oregon Academic Team Scholars Program. And she can fill you in a little bit about her time at the college and what this program is all about, and then introduce our scholars and their faculty.
So Beth Wright, I am financial aid advisor at the college. Went to school with Jim. Hi, Jim. I worked at the college for about 18 years in various departments, first year experience, and now in financial aid. So this is absolutely my favorite thing to do at the college of all the years. It's fascinating to watch the success of the students pay off and the outcome of this. So I love doing this. So each year, COCC faculty and staff select All Oregon Academic Team, typically 2 from transfer and 2 CTE students to represent COCC on the All Oregon Academic team. So a minimum of 3.5 GPA is required, also 54 credits completed. So finalists are eligible to apply for a large number of national scholarships. Those planning to transfer within the state of Oregon are eligible for scholarships from their transfer institution. So in a couple of weeks, we get to attend the state level luncheon in Salem. And students will receive medallions and certificates and will be attended by COCC administrators, students from all over the state, also college presidents and legislators. So it is kind of again, like I said, this is my favorite thing to do. I adore watching these students get the recognition that they deserve. So we're going to kick off with Amy. You're going to go ahead and introduce. So each of the faculty who have nominated are going to say a little bit about the student.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Amy Howell. I'm faculty here at COCC. I've been here for 20 years. My area is early childhood education. So one thing that I can speak to is that we've all had a childhood. So you remember that you've had some educators who made a difference, hopefully for the best in your life. And that is something that we talk about all the time in our classes is why are you here to think back to someone who made a difference? And I can promise you that in however many years, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, we're going to have little ones who've grown into adults saying that the person who made a difference in their life was Emma Bloss. This student is simply remarkable. And I just want to speak directly to you when I tell you, Emma, that I have never worked with a student who is so focused, dedicated, and yet exudes joy at every level. Even when things are super tough, in your last term, a class was canceled that Emma needed for graduation, and she did not give up. I think I had 17 emails during spring break. Just we figured it out, because that's what we do at COCC. It's because of students like you that say, I need you to hear me and see me. You make us do a better job. So I just want to acknowledge that. My first real clear indication that we had something special, someone incredibly brilliant and special happening in our midst was during COVID, our favorite time. And remember the masks? I don't know, block that out. But so for those of us working with young children, we know that, direct interaction, making eye contact, seeing each other's mouth and smiles is critical for language and speech development, as well as for social and emotional development. And I got to meet with Emma over Zoom. Thank goodness for Zoom. Never thought I'd say that. But one of the requirements for a class that Emma was in at that time, I think was language and literacy class that you were in actually, was to submit a video of them reading aloud sort of activities with children. And there's Emma in her shield with all of her gear, smiling, going out of her way to make this a dynamic, loving interaction, surrounded by, I think, them fours at the time.
Yes, yes.
And just the love in the room was so clear, despite the mask, despite the barriers, despite the scary nature that was happening. You provided those kiddos a safe, loving, joyful space, and you're making a difference every single day. So I'm so excited to celebrate you. So
Thank you.
this is one of our own. You should be so proud. No pressure, but
Yeah, I mean, so like Amy kind of said, so I've been going to COCC. It's been a while. I started with an art degree and then I kind of fell out of it, wasn't really meant for me. And then I kind of stumbled into early childhood education. And oh my goodness, Amy has been through it with me. She has helped me in so many ways, and so has COCC, but I've been in early childcare for, I would say this could be my 7th year. I've had the chance to work from ages 6 months to a year, to 2 to 3 year olds, to 3 to 6 year olds. This June, I'm supposed to be graduating with my associates in early childhood education. And because of this award, I'm able to transfer, hopefully to SOU. That's what I've been looking into. I'm still figuring out the kinks and everything. But my end goal is to become a children's psychologist. And I couldn't have done it without COCC, especially with people like Amy. I mean, it's life, you have struggles, and I'm just so grateful. I'm grateful to be here and to get nominated for this huge award. I mean, it means the world. So thank you to everyone here and to Amy and Beth, and just thank you guys. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this. So thank you.
The privilege and how exciting it is to be able to get up here from you all this evening. So thank you for having me. I also want to recognize that this will likely be my last opportunity to be in the room with President Chesley, and just wanted to recognize you for all your wonderful leadership over the years. And very kind. My student could not be here tonight physically, but I assure you she's standing right next to me. So I'm going to read my letter of nomination for her first, and then I will go into the letter that she wrote, which I haven't even read yet. Members and esteemed guests, it is my privilege to introduce an individual who used the pages of the past, a beautiful mind, and a heart for others to shift the narrative of her story. A new story where each word is a chapter of transformation, resilience, and remarkable growth. A long history of personal strife and negative stigma could have disrupted this moment you are all witnessing, but instead, she stands before you with a bright future. Through courage, determination, and sacrifice, this student overcame the hardships and stories of the past, embracing her potential here in this academy, here in this grove of trees. At a turning point in life with a newborn on the way, a bold decision was made. An act that connected her with the acceptance that she was indeed worthy. This brand new college student and first-time mother pulled at the threads of biology, kinesiology, pathology, and the simple act of human touch, earning a place on the dean's list each term. Along the way, she formed deep, meaningful connections with those around her and became a source of inspiration to her peers, even faculty. Today, the student stands before us as an incredible example of perseverance and growth. By transforming challenges into opportunities, she achieved the highest levels of academic success. Her dedication and conviction over the past 2 years connected her spirit to the concept that chronological time is nothing more than a training ground full of kairos moments. And that we, like the lotus flower, have the ability to rise from the mud, bloom out of the darkness, and radiate into the world. Please join me in celebrating Erin Ray McKellar Cook and her achievements. I can this with my glasses. Hi, thank you all for having me here this evening to celebrate growth, overcoming hardships, and true dedication. My name is Erin Ray McKellar Cook, and I come here to the ancestral lands of the Northern Paiute, the Wasco, and the Wanalama Warm Springs from Treaty 6 territory in Alberta, Canada. I feel very humbled to be standing in this position of recognition. I'm a plant lover, a yogi, and a breath enthusiast with a love of community and bringing people together. I honestly can't tell you why, at 5 months pregnant, the idea of going back to school was the one that I had. But it probably was one of the best decisions of all. My life has changed. How I view myself has changed. Right now, I see a yurt being built on our property in La Pine to host yoga classes, give massages of different modalities from relaxation to Thai to Ashiatsu, which I'm hoping to become certified in May, and create all types of magical herbal concoctions. I'm greatly excited to see where I am 6 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now. I'm in deep gratitude to this college for giving me the opportunity through this nomination and trust in my education. I am grateful for my teachers and friends through different cohorts who have been there for me when I need to rant, when I need to help with homework, or just some compassion when it was needed. Thank you again for being here and making the college what it is. I'm ever grateful.
Hi, like I said before, my name is Buffy Stolterton and I work in the first year experience department. And so I am commonly focused on students who are just starting their COCC experience. We're nowhere near 54 credits, and on supporting students who might be struggling. And so what a joy it is to also get to connect with students who are at the top of their academic game and who are well into their college journey. And that is how I got connected with Taylor. We met in student leadership space. I'm one of the advisors for our 2S LGBTQIA+ club, which we shortened to call Q+. And I love being an advisor in this organization. And I love seeing the student interactions and the information and the conversations and the resources that are shared that help everybody walk out of our meetings better than we walked in. And Taylor is one of those reasons that I really, gosh, I love this particular group. And so when I wrote my nomination of Taylor and talked about a particular memory of an early in the year meeting of the Q+ club, when we were talking really openly and vulnerably about bias in the LGBTQIA+ community, and Taylor, who I didn't know very super well at the time, like spoke up and just delivered some wisdom. And that the mood of the group shifted from something that, especially from many of the younger students who don't have a lot of experience navigating conversations that can be sensitive or can sometimes be a little tense and like, what do we say and how do we say it? And like, how do we take care of each other? And when Taylor stepped up in that particular meeting and shared thoughts and resources that just came from a wise space, like the mood really did change from something that felt more tentative to something that felt more comfortable and more supportive. And then I find out, well, I think I knew a little bit, but then I started to learn more about Taylor's academic work. So Taylor is already a certified medical assistant and is at COCC, has completed the peer support specialist training and the adult mental health and community health worker training. And I love it when there's synergy between students inside and outside of class experiences and the contributions that they're making. Because as I see Taylor operate in our Q+ club and really be like a role model for everybody, including advisors, somebody else said, like we learn from everybody, right? Faculty and staff do. And that leadership is so easy to imagine, makes it so easy to imagine Taylor in like operating as a peer and as a support and as an advocate in the medical field. And I'm really pumped that to be part of the group that nominated Taylor for this recognition. And I'm really excited to be here this evening.
Hi, my name is Taylor. Nice to meet you all. Did want to say a couple of things. I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that you are an excellent organization. And I am in my second round of attempting to accomplish college. I was at the University of Alaska, which is my home state, for 25+ years trying to get a degree. With the disabilities and kind of marginalization that I have, was not able to accomplish anywhere near the amount of success that I have achieved here with your support. So know that you have a directly comparable example of a way that you are doing better than a similar community organization in a rural area. Your support is phenomenal. I wanted to give reassurance that you're getting lots of bang for your buck and give you evidence-based practice for why it's excellent that you gave me money. I'm gonna and let you know about some of the current projects that I'm working on or the things that I've accomplished directly based off of the aid that you've given me here at COCC. As a result of my practicum in public health with Sarah Barron, I am now on the board for NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness for Central Oregon. We do support for people who are experiencing mental illness in the community, and I facilitate several support groups in that arena. As a direct result of my involvement with this community organization, your community partnerships are one of the most fabulous I've ever seen with your buy-in and involvement in the community. It's amazing. So thank you for directly leading me to that advocacy and a way for me to give back to the community that you are a part of. Additionally, one of the things that I'm very excited about for this semester is my public health practicum, or we're doing a public health promotion project again with Sarah Barron, who's a fabulous person who you also support. We're working on binge drinking in Central Oregon, which is a problem that affects lots of people in the community. In that project, we are working on delivering a lot of data that is hopefully going to show many of the people who are in this boardroom that we desperately need to invest in infrastructure that is for public transportation in between all of our towns. I think that's something we've desperately needed for a while. And hopefully I get to connect with many of you later about the data driving basis for which you should extend further support to me and people like me to help make that project happen. So thank you so much.
So part of the reason we do this before the budget committee kicks into full gear and then steps away is to make sure that you all get to see the work that you volunteer your time with and the work that we get to do as our careers. And manifest to these just absolutely amazing students. So giant congratulations to all of you for your amazing work, to our faculty, staff who nominated, and to all of you for the time you give to this institution. And this is a direct result of that.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you to the faculty members who did these nominations and made these presentations, and to you guys, students, wow. Amazing, and yeah, this is inspiring, and it's why we keep doing this and why this is important to us. And so thank you for giving that back. That feels like a huge adrenaline boost in a very good way. So thank you. All right, do we have any agenda changes? Okay, noting none, I will just note that Kyle did pass out a couple corrected handouts for a couple of the agenda items, so they were at your place. So that brings us to public comment, and I think that we have, yeah, come on up.
Is it okay with you if I just stay here?
Sure.
Okay. I know you have a long meeting today, so I'll try to keep it short. I think it's fortuitous that we just heard from these amazing, inspiring students, because I want to speak in support of another group of very inspiring students as you work through the budget process. And those are our students.
Sarah, do you mind introducing yourself? Oh. I just realized not everybody, I should have done that.
Yeah, I'm like 3 steps ahead of myself. Yeah, hi, I'm Sarah Henson. I'm a faculty member here at COCC. I'm in the social science department and student development. And I'm actually coming today quite literally from just teaching out at Deer Ridge. We have a group of 18 incredibly hardworking, dedicated, motivated, and grateful students who are starting their second year of working towards their AAOT. And it's been truly inspiring to have been with them in their first term and be with them again this term, and to see the growth, not only as a learning community at Deer Ridge, but their growth in their belief in themselves, the transformative power of higher education, influence that's having on their peers and on their families and on their aspirations. We have just tremendous momentum going on at Deer Ridge right now. You may be aware we already have a welding program there that has been quite successful. Deer Ridge has among the highest completion rates of GEDs in the state. And many of those students are interested in continuing education. For example, this term we had 6 open spots in our cohort. We had over 40 students apply for them. And I know that budget decisions are so difficult and complex, and there's always more worthwhile projects than there is money for us to responsibly fund. But as you work through the process, you know, if we find change under the sofa cushions, or we can find some way to just continue to support the work that we're doing out there through a funded position to help coordinate it, or just anything that we can do to keep that momentum moving. It just makes a tremendous impact in our community, and these students, you know, are really transforming their lives in ways that are so fundamental to our mission as a community college. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Sarah. Amy, do we have any other public comment? None online. Okay. Then I am going to adjourn to the budget committee meeting and hand the meeting over to our chief.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to call to order the 2025 Central Oregon Community College Budget Committee meeting. First item on the agenda is to elect a new chair and vice chair. So do we have nominations for the chair position?
Can I nominate our current chair, and can I nominate Rebecca, continuing on from last year, who was our vice chair last year, to continue if she's willing? She's still on there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I had to unmute. Thank you, Laura. Sadly, my calendar doesn't allow me to be in person, so I'm a little uncomfortable about that. Both meetings I had a conflict, so I'm not sure that's appropriate for the vice chair.
You'll still be here, right? Just via Zoom?
I'll be Zoom.
Yeah. I mean,
We did it in COVID.
yeah, we did it during COVID.
If you're okay with it, I go.
I'm undeterred.
Is there anyone else interested?
Yeah, is anyone else wants roles?
Yeah,
I'm happy to relinquish the role, or I'll take it on to whatever
Or
works.
if she's
We have new budget committee members. They're interested.
kind of like just to see the process and kind of learn, be a sponge for a bit.
All right, yeah. So Rebecca, are you okay with doing it, even though you'll be on Zoom?
Sure.
I mean, you're gonna be here.
Yeah.
Barring some unforeseen.
Right.
circumstance. Okay, well then, so moved.
Okay, I accept. The next.
I think we need a second and.
I'll second that.
So we need.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, God, for reading.
The next item is the president's budget message.
Well, you have a lengthy document in your packet, and I don't want to shock anybody, but Michael Lalonde did a lot of the work on that, and a lot of the heavy lifting. Then I'm an English teacher, I went through with my red pen, so, but I thank him for that, and you've had a chance to read it in detail. I just wanted to say a few things, sort of themes. And I think that one of the themes of this year's budget season is not going to be shocking. It's uncertainty. And it's constant movement and change. And even ever since we finalized this, it's like so much has happened. And Michael and I had some conversation, like, does this feel too cheerful to you? Is this too optimistic? Is it too pessimistic? And so, it is what it is, but there's just a huge amount of uncertainty in the national and global economy. And so what happens at the federal level can impact us. In some ways, we're reasonably well insulated from in some ways, from direct federal turmoil, I guess I'll say. And that is that we receive some grants from the feds, but they are not a large amount of our money. Our money for aid comes from the state. Our students receive Pell Grants and other federal financial aid, and that's very important. There has been no sign that that is being challenged, although where it will end up in the administration is uncertain. I think the way that the federal government could end up impacting us in the future is that they give a lot of money to the state. And our state is progressive, and I think it's entirely possible that we might see certain funds from the federal government being cut that go to the state, that the state may say, we want to make that up. We're going to pay more in Medicaid. We're going to make sure we're taking care of people, which is, I'm not here to speak against. So the turmoil impacts us. And I think it's more around what will happen with inflation, how will tariffs impact us. So that's a big theme. Another big theme is our reserve policy, which was adopted, I believe, a year ago by the board. And Michael did a great deal of research on how public institutions determine the appropriate amount of reserves to have. And he will tell you a lot more about that as we go through this. But I'm really glad we have a formal policy now that I think protects us. Will it completely protect us? No, but it protects us. And we have it because sometimes these unpredictable things happen, like right now. And it also allows us to have funds to do major initiatives that maybe we couldn't do otherwise. So COVID was the thing we never thought would happen. The federal government really pumped a lot of money to the community colleges, and no one lost their job during that time with us. No full-time benefit employee. Well, right now, the thing we never thought would happen happened, and we lost $3 million that we were scheduled to get from Madras.
And that was from the Fed, so they're not gonna come help us out on that one, you know, they did it this time, right? So. The $3 million that we now are responsible for. I like to say this, and I'll invite Michael to use different language. I never want to misspeak. The truth is this is not catastrophic to us. We can manage it. At the same time, it's serious and it is going to impact our budgeting for the next several years. And it requires us to be very, very thoughtful and selective in what it is we choose to spend our money on. And again, Michael will share more about this. We don't, someone said, we don't get our staff, faculty, administrators, they don't put forward fluffy projects. We don't really get bad ideas for new budget requests, not at all. There's always so much more we could do. And I'm really proud of that. But this year, I will just say that what we were able to fund in new initiatives or new money, it wasn't as much Christmas this year. We really focused on certain themes. And we had a lot of requests, and tomorrow or Friday, I send out a message to the entire campus about what was selected and what was presented to the board, and everybody kind of finds out mostly at the same time. We really focused on what was mandatory for us to do. Well, we have to pay our insurance and insurance rates go up, things like that. What are things that we've committed to with time, effort, we've been very public about, and with funding, significant funding, Madras, right? And then what is compliance? What do we have to do? And if we want to ever offer dental hygiene, we need to fund accreditation. So things like that. A digital accessibility coordinator so that we can follow the law. I like to do that. So these are kind of the things that from my seat, I think a lot about and have taken a lot of time and thought. So, wow, Lori, am I being too cheerful or too negative? I don't know. You can decide. We'll have a conversation about that. But I think there are some really good things as we grapple with this $3 million. And that is that, and I always bring this up, our boards and budget committees have historically been very conservative in their work. And I can't stress enough for the college how valuable that is. It's why, we can do the things we can do for students. It's why we, can keep people here and keep them employed and keep our programs running. So I'm really grateful for that history and for all of you. And as I said before, as a college, our staff and leadership team, we're disciplined in our spending. So Michael gets into the nitty gritty. If anybody has any questions, or Michael, you want to add anything right now, let me know.
I think I'll cover it in the presentation.
You will, but I'll give you an opportunity.
First, I would like to thank all of you for volunteering your time to go through this process. It's very important to the college to have another set of eyes on our budget, how we got to where we're recommending, and feel free to ask any questions at any time. I would like to thank a couple of people. Kathleen, who's here tonight, she's our controller, and she puts a lot of energy into putting all of this together. She also chairs the FIAT group, which is the Financial Internal
Advisory team.
Advisory team. And they put a lot of effort into it as well. They get through all the requests and rank them. It's very important to our process. We also have another group called the Facility Advisory Team, who is led by Josh Clausen, who's our campus services director. And they look at all facilities requests like HVAC repair, if they want to remodel a room, stuff like that. And then they make a recommendation to SLP. SLP puts a tremendous amount of time into this as well, going over their department requests and then really making tough decisions when it comes down to this is how much money we have available. Really can do these things, right? So very important process. So the next few slides, I will talk about the budget process, some definitions, give you an update on the reserve policy. And by the way, the budget committee agreed to meet with me prior to this meeting. And we had a great discussion about how this process works, how the reserve policy works. I went into an in-depth presentation about it, the same one that you saw. About a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. So I think they understand why it is what it is. Talk about current year update on our budget to actual, information on enrollment trends, tuition and fees, property taxes, state funding. And then we'll look at 25-26 key revenue expenditure assumptions. And finally, we'll get to the budget and all the line items we're looking at proposing to you for budget approval. Okay, we did the president's message. So budget overview, our reserve policy, we changed it about a year ago. And the previous policy required a 10% general reserve fund. So that is 10% of general fund expenditure, which isn't a whole lot. It's about 5 weeks of reserve, right? We went through the entire process of saying, what are the risks for our institution? The government officials, financial group, which is a group that has financial representatives from all over our country and Canada, they recommend 16%. But then they say, you should tailor it to your unique circumstances. So we looked at our liquidity needs, we looked at risk of wildfire, tuition or enrollment dropping, property taxes changing, which I don't think they will. State funding could change, right, as Lori mentioned. So that is a risk. So 29 to 45% equates to 15 to 23.4 weeks, to give you some idea how much money that is. Now, if it's higher than 45%, the policy says we should transfer to the capital projects fund, any excess. If lower, then we have to bring it back into the range within 2 years. It gives the board a lot of flexibility. You can always transfer money to the capital projects fund at any time when it's in that range, but over 45%, it's required to happen. So it's only funded from surplus of revenues over expenditures in the general fund, not to be used for regular operating expenditures. For example, if we have a capital project, we can use some of those funds to fund a capital project. Nothing will be spent unless the board appropriates it. And then I am going to give an update to the board every year on the status of the general fund balance as well as the capital projects fund, which by the way is about 6.1 million at the end of the 2024 audit. So how did we do last year? So this is the first time you've really seen our audited actual information for 2024 compared to our budget. And there was significant, additional revenue higher than budget than we thought we were going to have before the budgeting process. So for example, property tax was 165,000 higher, state aid was 2.1 million higher, tuition 1.4 million higher, and interest 1.3 million higher. So this is a good thing. Usually when you say you're over budget, you go, but this is a good thing, 4.8 million to the good. I'll say to the good mention. Okay, so on the expenditure side for 24, we had 910,000 savings in payroll, payroll assessments, 2.6 million, material and services, 1 million. And 4.2 million savings overall in our expenditure. That's pretty significant. So overall, 5 million surplus went to the general fund, bringing our general fund balance to 16.7 million. A good healthy balance. That equates to 32.1% or 16.64 weeks of reserve. So for 25, this is what we budgeted compared to what we are now projecting. And I missed a couple of things. So transfers in, we decided not to transfer everything we budgeted. So that was $1.3 million difference. And then interest, 1 million, instead of going to the general fund, we allocated to non-general fund balances that had a cash balance. So roughly right around half. So we missed those two things. 2.45 million under budget was a bad thing. Not really that bad. We were under what we projected in that. So when you look at the expenditure side of it, we saved a lot of money again, 1.75 million in payroll assessment, 3.3 million, material and supplies, 1.7 million. So there was an overall surplus for the year still of 2.4 million, which goes to the general fund balance, which now is 19.1 million or 33%, still within our range of the policy. Any questions?
That's where you're projecting the year to end, 19 in the general fund?
Correct. Okay, let's talk about the budget timeline. We start in October. And we do things like calculate fringe benefit, look at the new PERS requirement. We update the fiat forms that every department fills out if they want to increase their budget, publish the budget calendar. Then we run budgeted versus actual salary report. We look at vacant positions, whether we really need them or not. And then in December, we roll the budget. What that really means is that we take the 2024 budget and we roll it into 25. And any one-time items that hit 24, we take out. And you don't put them into 25 because they're one-time items. And then that is the basis for the budget of 26. So on that base, anybody at the college can submit a fiat form and request additional money for a new program, for an expense line item, anything like that. We received 64 requests to increase the budget. And clearly we couldn't afford all of them. Then we go through the whole fiat review process. The facilities advisory team reviews all their requests. And then I spend a lot of time projecting in the future. And that is required by budget law and our policies of the college. Then senior leadership team, that's what SLT means, reviews all the fiat requests, all the facilities requests, and then we prioritize and come up with a list that we recommend for the budget process. So in the budget structure, this meeting is really about the general fund. It's the main fund that we use for operations. Our main revenue goes through the general fund in most of our operating expenses. And then non-general funds are separate for either because they're a grant or they're a different type of operation. And we'll cover that in the meeting in May. There's 230 about non-general funds, but they're broken into certain groupings like auxiliary fund, debt service reserve fund, capital projects fund. So we'll cover those at kind of a high level. And then the budget oversight process is really you reviewing everything we've done and asking us a lot of questions about it. And then we do non-general fund again in May. And then if you agree with the budget, then you would approve the budget at our May meeting. And then that goes in front of the board in June for appropriations approval, budget approval. One of the key things about our approach at COCC is we're conservative in our budgeting and we're very disciplined in our spending. And we have to do that, especially now with things changing by the hour. You know, anything could happen tomorrow, so it could affect, inflation rate. And, it could really have an impact on our materials and supplies budget. For example, we were notified by Dell a few weeks ago that they are increasing the pricing on their computers by 25%. So we had to scramble to get a PO into them so that we could buy the computers we needed before that price increase went up. I assume that's going to happen quite frequently this year. Any questions? No? Okay, financial projections, why do we do them? We do them, the main reason is we need to project our revenue so the SLP, you can understand whether we can actually afford our expenditure. And that's one reason. The other reason is what is the long-term effect of the decisions we make one year on the next spot? So you can see what will actually happen. It's required by Oregon law, budget law. It's required by board policy. And then accreditation actually requires it. And like we get rated by S&P every couple of years. We went through it in 2024. And they really like to see our projections. They love the reserve policy, by the way. So it really matters to a bunch of institutions.
That matters because that's how much money costs us.
Yeah. I was hoping to go higher than AA, but we did not get it.
Out of curiosity, what is the highest?
Isn't it AAA?
That's right.
But we're restricted by whatever Oregon is rated at. We can't be higher than.
But as Lori says, we should always have reach goals.
So financial projections, there's a bunch of assumptions in the projection. So what I did is I looked back 5 to 7 years, came up with like a historical average. Why 5 to 7? Some data was better than others, but our property tax revenue was increased on average 5.7%. In the projections, I use 5.5. Why is it less? Because there's some screwy things happening right now with property taxes in Oregon. I won't go into detail. I did in that letter, in Lori's letter, sorry.
It's all right. I admit it, he did it.
Enrollment over the past 5 to 7 years, the average has been down 2.75. That's not like a community college. It went through COVID. So we're conservative, we project 2%. Now we've been up the last 3 years, including this year. If there is a recession, usually enrollment goes up. So I think we're really being conservative there. Tuition, we're proposing an increase in district of about 2.7%. In the future, I projected 2.89 in 2026. I'm sorry, in 2026 for this budget, I'm suggesting 2.89, and then in the future around 3%. Fees, what I do is I take tuition and multiply it by 20% to come up with fees, because that's where we historically are at. There's probably a more precise method of doing that, but it's relatively close. And then these are all of our benefit calculations. Medical per FTE, I'm saying will go up about 3% every year. Believe it or not, our medical has not gone up that much. Materials and supplies, average is 5.37, but that last year was really an outlier. So I think it'll be closer to 3%. Whatever inflation is going to be, who knows? And then at the bottom, there's a thing called utilization rate. And that is when we project payroll assessment, and materials and supplies, I take our budget number and I increase it by what we think it will be in the budget for the next year. And then I discount it by these utilization rates, because that indicates our historical savings of being under budget.
Does that make sense?
Michael, can you remind us what the benefit, I'm trying to think of the word is, but you know, as a percentage of, like, for instance, when as an employer, you know, our benefits are maybe 20% of our salary of our employees or 15%. But at the college, it's a lot more, right? Because of PERS and such. What's that number?
38.9,
38.9,
5 to 7 year average. Next year it's 40.9.
Oh, yeah, right there. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, I did have a question about, I mean, I understand the concept of conservatism in the budgeting. So if I understand utilization, there's a fair amount of conservatism baked into that. Is that kind of the overriding reason? And I guess my real question is, are we managing managers or requesting managers to be accountable to this budget that has all this conservatism in it? Or are they managing to what you really believe the true cost is gonna be? See what I'm saying? How do you kind of oversee your managers to affect good performance instead of asking them to manage something that has a fair amount of, you know, extra dollars built into it?
What we do is throughout the year, Kathleen does this a lot. She'll look at all the different funds and all the different accounts and see if somebody's trending over or trending under. Especially the last 4 months of the year, we look at it all the time so that we can get really a good indication of what the spend will be. As far as managing everybody to spend all those dollars, I'm not super enthusiastic about doing that. I like a little bit of savings at the end of the year. Kathleen, you have any?
Yeah, I think maybe what you're getting at is it's especially embedded in our payroll and benefits percentages. We budget or we appropriate for like full, like no vacancies, basically, like full positions, full staff. And not only we have people who leave, positions that aren't filled. Our benefit rate is assuming they're receiving full PERS, which if you're a new staff, you don't get PERS for the first 6 months. So there are a lot of variables that give us savings from some of the year.
And those are by far and large the largest areas.
Yes.
We have savings, not necessarily materials and supplies.
Absolutely, yeah. Payroll and benefits makes up about 80% of our general budget.
And so when there's a vacancy, that really.
It is significant. A lot of dollars are saved right there, and it is a lot of turnover. Materials and supplies, the usage has gone up recently quite a bit. So this is just a graph of our revenue by type since, what is that? I have in there 2014 fiscal year. And we have had some downturns with tuition and fees, some downturns in state aid. We're projecting pretty much growth as I presented earlier in each one of those categories. Tuition and enrollment up 2% per year. We have property taxes going up 5.5%, and then we have state aid going up 6.9% in this budget, based on the governor's recommended budget for community colleges. But after that, I have like 3% in there. So that's pretty important. This is where we get the largest amount of revenue for the college. This is our property tax. 24,153,000 assessed. And Deschutes County being the largest at 20.4 million or 85% of the total. And then Jefferson County over 2 million, and then Crook at about 1.3 million. This is a historical enrollment. And if you notice on this graph, the peak was 2011 for head count at 18,422 and slowly declined until 2021, where we started turning the corner a little bit. Interestingly enough, FTE peaked in 2012 and then slowly went down and started to turn around after 23. So FTE is a very complicated calculation. It's basically the number of hours a student should spend in the classroom if they were taking a full load. And then we apply that to the students here. Alicia can describe it in grand detail if you like to go to calculation. But it's just a full-time equivalent of student. And that's how we're funded by the state.
The calculation's been consistent over the same calculation over the whole
For
period.
decades, yeah.
So this is what we are recommending for tuition and fees. In district, we're recommending a $3.50 increase. That's 2.89%. And very similar for all the other residency categories. I have to mention that the non-resident veterans is kind of unusual because it has to be exactly between in-district and out-of-district border states. So that's why that number is a little funky. On the fee side, we're recommending a $1 increase in the technology fee. And the reason for that is there has been an increase annually of technology costs to colleges ranging from 4 to 7%, and we have not increased it since 23. So inflation is hitting us with technology. So overall in district, total annual cost comparison, we're going up 3.21% in total cost, tuition and fee. Any questions about that?
Michael, is most of your revenue in district then, or is it, how does it break out? Most of it.
Yeah, they seem pretty reasonable. Have you had a chance or checked with your cohorts for the other community colleges to kind of get a sense of what's happening in the rest of the state?
Great question. This slide. So this is the 17 community colleges in the state of Oregon. All of us are going through the exact same process right now. And I have to move this over a little bit. Can I put it over here? Does that do anything? If I put it on the other screen?
No.
So the green check marks represent the colleges that have received approval by their board. Okay, so Lane, Rogue, Chemeketa, Clatsop, and Clackamas have received approval. All the other colleges have not. Some of them have given us some indication of where they're going to go. There's like 4 that have not said anything about where they're going. So in this chart, we would be the 6th least expensive community college in the state of Oregon. But those other colleges below us, you know, they still have work to do. So this could change between now and the May meeting.
Michael, what do the X's mean?
Pardon?
What do the X's mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. I sent this out before I modified this slide a little bit. The X's mean that they have not supplied any information.
Oh, okay. Can I just say, can I throw something in about the tuition? Because I always get queasy when we raise tuition. I know we don't have a choice and we are very conservative, but I wanted to share with everybody this cool email that I got from Sean Rule, who is, as you know, one of our fabulous, and we have several of them, math faculty. And I always say every time we go through the budget discussions that just because we're one of the least expensive doesn't make us affordable in absolute terms. Right. Well, Sean, who always tries to, if you've ever seen he's got a bunch of his lectures online and they're fabulous. He's really, really entertaining. But he's a really good teacher. And so he does this project every year where he has the students calculating where our tuition falls among other schools, not just based on, you know, absolute numbers. So he says, this is a email to me for the whole budget committee. I wanted you to know that I once again updated the data set of COCC tuition versus the other 16 CCs in Oregon and used it as an assessment for Math 105. Getting students to mathematically adjust for inflation is a skill many don't ever learn unless they take 105. So it's so great to help them develop that skill. And once again, students were blown away that you all on the board and the budget committee are able to keep tuition so low. I had no idea. We're near the bottom. That's so cool, were some of the things I heard from students. So thank you. And he wanted to share that with everybody. And then he also attached, so if anybody wants it, he sent a link to the assignment that he gave to the students and the various ways that you can calculate how affordable it is, considering cost of living in the different areas, et cetera, and considering inflation, et cetera, et cetera. And it'll test your math skills from college or high school, but it's really, really interesting. If anybody like it, in fact, I can just, if you're interested, I can just have it sent out to everybody. So I wanted to share that with everybody as we talk about this, because I think it's kind of nice to at least hear that, you know, that folks notice that we've tried to do it, but you all have, staff particularly, have tried to do your best to keep tuition as low as we can, but we can't help some increases. But thank you, Michael, for letting me do that.
Any other questions about tuition or fee?
I just make a comment. I think maybe last budget or the budget before, we kind of decided that it's too hard to it's better to just raise tuition 3% a year rather than try to go 10 to whatever, none. So generally, we just raise it 3% a year, just cause, and it keeps us in a good spot.
I have a general comment. So you mentioned that when you were in a recession, that typically your enrollment goes up. I don't see this as a typical recession because inflation is still going up because tariffs are acting as a tax on everyone else. Do you have any fear that it'll hurt enrollment in the fall if we have higher cost of living in this area as we go forward?
That's always a concern living in Bend.
Yeah.
Housing is an issue, for sure.
I don't know if this is terribly relevant, but when the main economic factor, the specific economic factor that is often the most related to enrollment is the employment rate. So when unemployment is high, students come back to retraining, and when employment is high, we don't tend to see as many people, and that tends to be kind of consistent.
I mean, we are seeing a GDP growth even right now. I mean, we're actually growing at a credit. We're not in a recession. Could we be soon? We could. I mean, maybe we're in a recession and we don't know it because the economists have not seen the data. But yeah, we're growing, so in real terms. State funding is a interesting topic on its own. How this starts is the state legislature gets a recommended budget by the governor, then they make a decision about how much is going to go to community colleges. And then once they decide on that, HEC takes that number and reduces it by things like education in prison, IT costs, things like that. Then they calculate what they call a base rate for every community college. And that base rate is so that every college can operate and pay their expenses. And then when that is deducted, they start allocating the rest of the funds based on what is remaining and the property taxes received by every community college. And then they weight based on FTE, that individual college FTE divided by the total FTE, and that's how they determine the cost. It looks like this. I know this is an eye chart, but you can see the first column is funding FTE, so Central Oregon 3505. Then you have the base payment. And then you have the total public resources, which includes property taxes. And so they come up with the total public resource with base, subtract property taxes, and then you get the community college, our resources from the CCSF, which is the state funding, of about 11.9 million. So they actually on this graph or whatever it is, property tax percentage for Central Oregon is the highest of the entire group except for Blue Mountain.
And part of that is because we have a higher taxing rate.
Because we have,
And the tax rates are now locked in because of all the state limits on increasing taxes. So essentially, we're penalized. We get less per student from the state because we charge our residents more in property taxes.
You know, it's interesting, you can look at it a lot of different ways. I would say that with property taxes, you have a lot more stability. Because the state can go up and down, and you're subject to whims outside of your control. What I would say is that this community college must be really loved by this community. So I would say you guys have done phenomenal to get the support necessary to support that kind of a tax rate. And I'd be pretty pleased with.
But it just is really
I know, you know, I get it, I totally get it, but you know.
I mean, we've got one of the highest costs of living for our students, and we're charging our taxpayers more than virtually any other region in the state. And we're, so as a result, and when we make more money from this, from the taxes, then we get even less money from the state.
I get it.
But yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
didn't we go to the Supreme Court on that?
We did. Yeah, that was when I was first, it happened just before I was first on I was on the budget committee before I was on the board, and it happened just before that.
Your analysis is really right on. If you look at that chart there, if we're at a budget committee and a board meeting tonight, probably the last 10 community colleges there, their discussions are a lot different than what we're seeing tonight. We're very fortunate from the history of what we've had as presidents as well as COCs.
And you know, your comment too, I've had a lot of clients, I would call them special districts, they're not the cities, they're not the counties. And they really struggle, boards struggle to raise their rates. And you've done this, Mark, what I would say, a very reasonable rate, but to your benefit, because if you weren't doing that, again, we'd be having a different discussion. So.
I feel like it's worth noting one other piece of it, which is we have a phenomenal foundation. And we enjoy incredible support from the community because the folks that run our foundation and the folks on our foundation board have done an incredible job of you know, encouraging and getting community support so that we have so many scholarships that we're able to provide to students to make it more affordable. And that makes us more financially stable if our students can afford to be here. And so that does set us apart from most of the other community colleges in the state, frankly.
Guys, a question. So on the base payments FTE, is that a look back to the prior year? Is that FTE estimate? What's that? Where does that come from?
It's weighted on the past 3 years.
Okay.
It could be 40% the previous year and then 30, I think it is. So now to the budget item. So we broke this into categories. So mandatory items that we needed to fund. Software cost escalators alone went up $240,000 just to pay for the software that we have and to use it in the future. It's amazing software companies are doing well. And then insurance. Commitment, Title III, we did receive the grant. Since we filed that grant application, the cost of the items that we said we were going to do in that grant has gone up quite a bit. Just that is $230,000. And then all the Madras, you know, nursing coordinators, all the positions for the Madras campus are included in that. And then compliance, an example is disability digital coordinator and accreditation. So total of 1.1 million, a little bit higher.
So Michael, this is that the one that we have in our packet is just more detailed. That's a summary. Yeah, okay. Because the number's the same.
So a couple of the slides have been modified a little bit.
Okay.
I sent that out before SLP had a chance to review it, so this is after the SLP review. And a couple other changes.
Do any of these additional requests have a revenue stream attached to them, like the Madras campus? Is there more tuition and fees coming in as well?
There are.
Or grants, you mentioned a grant.
The Title III, you want to talk about the Title III
Yeah,
grant?
the Title III grant is to cover 5 or 4 different activities at the college, plus grant administration. One is to bring together all of our basic needs and well-being resources to build out a teaching and learning center for faculty development, professional improvement. I just put myself on the spot. A unified data analytics solution, which is a data warehouse for all of our different IT systems. What am I missing? Where's my brain? I drove over from Columbia Board this morning, but either way, there's not revenue coming in. It's a straight institutions grant, so it funds internal projects that we would like to see move forward that don't have the full resources to do so. So it's about $425,000 a year, and the cost of those projects are for the next 5 years range anywhere from about 100 to about 125,000 more in additional costs. So you see a portion of that from there.
I'm not understanding completely. Are you saying that you've got some internal money that you grant yourself basically, or?
No, so what we have the grants from the US Department of Education, and then there's additional costs that the grant has, we were maxed out on what we could get in that grant.
So these additions are over and above the revenue that's coming in?
It's
or-
over and above what the Department of Ed is paying.
Okay.
So your question about Madras, we did a completely separate financial analysis of Madras when it opened. So what the additional revenue is, what the additional cost is. And you know, what it basically says is we're gonna lose money by offering more programs, but you know, it's not that much, right? Basically, when you think about it, tuition and fees only pay a third of the cost of the college. So it's similar to that. One other comment, I did put in the estimated enrollment in Madras as well as the tuition and fees related to it in this model. So it is included. It's about 3,000 credits a year. Okay, this is the transfers into the general fund, and basically where we transferred money from, they had excess balance in their fund. So we identified those funds that did not need that excess balance and transferred it to the general fund. One item I'd like to note is the outcrop infrastructure payment of 2.5 million. Currently, we're putting in the infrastructure at our subdivision called Outcrop, right down the street. And in return, we're making about a 17% return on that investment. So we'll get that back in 2026. And what we plan to do is transfer that to the general fund. The transfers out, all of these are normal until you get to the facilities deferred maintenance. So in the facilities deferred maintenance number, there's right around 7.5 million that is specific to major construction projects. Redmond at about 2.3 million. For Madras, there's 4 million in construction costs, and then about 1,250,000 in furniture, fixture, and equipment. So without those significant projects, we would be similar to previous year.
How much are we putting in for deferred maintenance? I know you said it was minimal, I think, in the president's letter.
Very little. I mean, we're repairing the doors at the library, which are broken. And then, I mean, a couple other things, we're doing a break room, vet tech for 220, I think it'll be. Yeah, just a few things.
And that's in addition to what facilities already has budgeted for some of those costs.
I mean, they do have some budget on the rent too, but not a big roofing project, not a big HVAC project.
And there's nothing that we think is imminently at risk of failure, like some of our boiler issues and
The biggest concern, I was talking to Josh about it today, is the HVAC at the science building.
Any idea what that will cost when it comes due?
Well, the building is at RTAC up in Redmond that he had to fix last year was $1.3 million. So it'll be expensive.
Okay, I mean, I kind of feel like we ought to budget for some of that, or at least plan for some of that.
You know, there are some best practices about reserve programs specific to maintenance of capital assets, and maybe this isn't the time
Yeah,
and place, I don't know, but.
so
Yeah.
we're aware of that. I'm actually a real estate lawyer by day. And so we have a committee, a real estate committee, and we talk about that. And the issue is that there's some complicating factors. It's quite complicated. And so generally community colleges don't work, you usually set aside a certain amount of operations toward your funding, your capital improvements, and that's just not how it's worked. And sometimes we've gotten fortunate and the legislature has set aside funds for community colleges to apply for, to do capital maintenance repairs, but it just is a problem that just keeps getting kind of kicked down. But it just feels like maybe we've got some stuff coming due. And I mean, we all know that you defer maintenance and the cost goes up.
Well, I think you had mentioned you have a deferred maintenance report. I mean, part of the best practices is whether you fund it or not, it's information.
Yeah,
So
just to identify
you put a
how
roof
much.
on a building, you can pretty much estimate when it's gonna need to be replaced, and you can build in assumptions about what the replacement cost will be. So my point is, you can identify as years go on, what would be a fully funded reserve.
And we've done that.
And you're right.
And
So-
we've done that. We
Okay.
have that. We've got a facilities, we did a full-on facilities study, and then we've updated it a couple of times. So that's one of the things we talk about in the real estate committee. It's just we haven't funded any of it. And I worry because the last couple of big ticket items that we've had, we've been like, we think that'll last longer, and then it doesn't. So
A third element of that, which may be in your study, I haven't read it, you've only brought it up, but is also a projection of the year that you're gonna need to spend those dollars. And so you can see when the big years are, if you have done it that way.
And the problem is we get to the years and we're like, we can't put that money in. We
I
can't.
know, and you get there and maybe you find it's gonna last another year.
Or
2
you
years,
say, we'll put a
or-
Band-Aid on it and do this.
Exactly, but information is king, and so that way you've got a 5-year projection, it's easy to do a 5-year projection of your maintenance needs too. So you can always kind of be looking out. And maybe you've already done that, I don't know.
Right now, it's 16 to 20 million
In
Yeah.
total,
in total,
yeah.
depending on the tariff.
Yeah, and we talked about it. The question is, given the shortfall we have on Madras now, because we talked in the real estate
Yeah.
committee about this year dedicating a significant chunk of money to do some of the most urgent things. Some of the things that maybe we thought were gonna have failed by now, and by the grace of whatever, they haven't. And so we've talked about it, and now we're kind of like, we can't put that much aside because we're gonna have to cover more in Madras, which we didn't
Yeah,
expect.
it's just scary because today's dollars are gonna be what 70%
Yeah,
when it's due, or even months.
but it still feels like we ought to try to put something
No, I
aside
agree.
for this year, because I just feel like something is gonna happen this year. And
The reality is the cost is incurred whether you put the money aside or not. There's wear
Exactly.
and tear, right?
Exactly.
There's weather, there's wear and tear, so the cost is incurred, the question is whether you fund it or not.
So the rule of thumb, 46% of market value building, right?
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know if I have that
Yeah.
broken down.
3% for residential
Yeah.
and 4 to 6 for commercial.
Of the value or cost,
The value.
replacement cost,
The
or
value, you should anticipate that that's what you've got to invest, setting aside for.
I know that that's what I use, but I didn't know that there was any
Yeah.
kind of science behind.
Well, science and art, but it's rule of thumb.
What I've seen is just more broken down. You're not gonna replace the entire building, but guess what? You're gonna replace the roof, you probably have to replace elevators, you gotta replace HVAC. There's certain things that bake in and project when it's gonna happen, and you can estimate a cost. And you can schedule it by year, so you're not surprised.
We have it by building,
Uh,
and we have it broken down by priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. Priority 1 being 1 to 3 years, it'll probably fail. We do have that data. We did it in 2021, and our current campus services director keeps it updated all the time. We actually had to add some stuff that they didn't catch during their assessment.
Michael, I have another question on the summary of general fund. The outcropping. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
Okay.
The outcrop infrastructure repayment, is there risk associated in that? Is there, it's a contractual deal and
We own the property, it's our property. Yeah. So when we sell those lots is when we will get reimbursed.
and they're under contract?
Not yet.
And on the economy is.
Yeah, so I guess that's my point. So if there is a downturn, there's a chance that revenue doesn't come in then?
Yeah, there could be.
Thanks.
Oh, there's a lot of interest in that already. We talked to them.
In today.
Today.
In the past, Ben has kind of been excluded from those heavy downturns because when Ed Cohen, when you go to those, they talk about Ben, just like Ben and Boise are kind of excluded from those downturns.
Not entirely. We saw some pain in 2008, 9.
Well, that
10.
was brought on with something different.
And we're working with William Smith Properties, who are friends of the college, so there's some. So we're helping each other.
The board has seen the numbers, the estimated value of those lots. They reviewed it, I think it was like 6 months ago. And the current numbers that we're seeing related to those lots are actually higher. So it looked pretty good. Right? Things could change. Right, you're absolutely right. Any other questions about that? So this is an expenditure by function comparing the current budget to the proposed budget. So it's always weird when you're doing budgeting, you know, you're talking about this budget, you mean 26 or 25 or so. What I mean is budget for 25 compared to the budget that we're proposing for 26. And the biggest changes, as you can see, is campus services, again, construction in Madras, FF&E for Madras, and Redmond. That's where that big number comes from.
Why the increase was this inflation?
The IT increase is to replenish servers.
Are you talking about, which one, are you talking about the 240 or are you talking about something else?
They're talking about the change, 987.
Oh, okay, so it's, there's the software escalator cost. That is just the cost of using software that they give us increases every year. And then we also have what we call life cycle to replace computers on a regular basis. And we also have server infrastructure so that we can upgrade the servers. So that's what
I'm talking about the all significantly increasing the price.
tariffs.
Planning.
And it's been ongoing for the last couple of years, the difficulty of getting chips.
Yeah.
The chips has cost a huge issue.
So, you know, the increase of 10.3 million, the bulk of that again, matters in that. So this is general fund expenditures by area and by type. And I looked at it compared to last year, and again, it is Madras and Redmond that kind of makes us a little bit funky this year. So funky is the technical accounting. Okay, so now we get down to the budget we're proposing, and then what is currently projected for the end of 2026, June 30th, 2026. So the budget column right here. I'm not even doing my mouse. Okay, so we budget or project, it's really the same thing. 13.3 million in state aid. Property taxes 24.6, again, being a little bit conservative on that. Tuition 22.4, and then interest. Programs miscellaneous, only $1 million. Transfers in 5,589 from that other schedule I showed a second ago. To get a total revenue of about 67 million. And then salary down the line, subtotal of expenses 75 million, which if we actually took in the revenue projected and spent all of the budget, we would have a deficit of 8.4 million. But because we don't spend all of those dollars, and again, looking at the utilization rate, we will probably spend around 70 million and we'll have a deficit of about 2.8 million. Reducing our ending fund balance to 16 million or 23.5%. Which means that we have to have a plan to go back up over 29% within 2 years according to the current board policy. Does that make sense?
And so Laura, to your point, if there are unexpected expensive HVAC issues, it just directly impact this number, correct?
It makes it less likely that we could get back up to the targeted, yeah.
We do still have some fund balances in the non-general fund that are available. It's not a ton anymore, but there's some.
I know that you're probably not gonna know this off the top of your head, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot. But something I'd be curious to know before the next meeting is, do we have a ballpark? Like if you put those 1 to 3 year items that are in our deferred maintenance list together for all of the buildings, do we have a ballpark of what that number is?
I think it's 8.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If I remember, I included it in that, when I did the reserve policy presentation, it's in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I had 8 if I remember
Okay.
correctly.
I don't
might
remember
not
the amounts, so
So I'll get that number for you.
thanks, Mike, appreciate it.
So this is kind of, from my view.
Michael, Aaron, I think had a question.
I just wanted to ask you and Lori, just philosophically, kind of where you started with this question of, are we being too positive? Are we being, does this feel conservative enough to us, knowing that we're gonna be in a deficit in this environment? We have these dollars, but it will drop us significantly below the reserves that we have said we want to stay at. My initial blush is it does not feel conservative. I might be alone in that. I don't know if others are the same.
Well, here, again, lots of uncertainty. Here is something that that I find somewhat comforting. It's a lot to say, oh my God, we've only got 23% in of our general fund in reserves. That is
still pretty good.
Yeah, that's still pretty good, and it is
it's still
way
pretty
more than we've had in the past.
Historically.
I mean, I joked, because I talk with Dr. Pereira fairly, often enough. And I said, this $3 million thing happened. I said, and so here's how that affects our reserves. I said, but you're still starting out in a significantly better budget position than I did. And I thought I was in a pretty good budget position. I was. And as Michael said, we still have in non-general funds I would say a significant amount of money. I was going to ask Michael if the AC system gave way, how would we fund that 1.3 million? So I'll ask you.
I mean, there's a couple of things we could do. We could use more of the general fund reserve, or we could look at some of the other non-general funds and see if they had additional funds that they don't need, which I know they do. They don't. right? So we could use that as well. The one thing we're working hard on, if you remember the employee retention tax credit.
Yep.
Which is a total of 5.8 million we filed for in November of 23. I've contacted the IRS, talked to them, they're processing it. And then Wyden has said that he will help us a little bit and investigate that further. So I'm filling out that paperwork right now.
I mean, you can't really stop the $3 million on mattress, right? We're pregnant, right? We've got to finish now, right?
Halfway up, you know?
Yeah.
What does that fit into this?
We signed a construction contract and
Where does this fit into this, our reserve, this $3 million into our reserve, 23%? Did I heard you say?
It would go to 23.46.
I think one of the things that I think about, Aaron, and that I was thinking about as we look through this is I feel it feels okay to me. It feels okay to me. But part of the reason is because I know that if something really bad happens, like, you know, when COVID occurred, before we knew we were going to get any federal funds, we immediately went into, okay, what do we need to do to conserve resources? How can we save? You know, we put a freeze. We're not going to hire any more absent positions. We're going to consolidate operations. You know, you immediately go into that. So I think the important thing is this is a budgeting tool, right? We have the ability, and we have had to in the past, to come back, revisit it and make adjustments to it. And I think that's where we've got some really phenomenal people here are keeping their eye on what's going on and know when to say, okay, we got to convene the budget committee again. We got to talk about this. We got to move some things around. So that's why I don't like going down on the reserves, but I feel like it is conservative enough, and I don't want to like assume that the world's gonna, you know what I mean? It's a balancing act.
I think there are, I would say this, and I don't think Michael and I would be presenting this if we didn't feel that it was reasonable, right? I think there are a lot more levers that we could pull if something really catastrophic happened. There are projects we could stop doing. Madras isn't one of them. You know, we would, as we did in COVID, immediately stop hiring. We'd look at things like voluntary retirement plans. We would, you know, and there are others as well. And I think, you know, part of it is when you start to talk out loud about those, it tends to make people really nervous.
Yeah.
But Lori Chesley thinks there are a fair number of levers to pull.
They're not without pain, but
they're not without pain.
We're continuing to fundraise privately for the mattress expansion. So
right.
I will say that I can't fill $3 million, nor can our very generous donors overnight.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I will tell you that we still have 18 months of the public phase of the campaign.
Yes.
And there are still a few large grants and several large prospects out there. And so we will continue to do that. So that is another lever at our disposal.
Totally.
You know, I have a philosophical question I probably should have asked when you were presenting a few slides ago, but you mentioned that your process is to take last year and just roll it. Then you go up or down, or primarily go up based on requests. And I'm just curious if there is, you also mentioned you have the SLT. So you know, I don't know what their function is, but is there kind of a review of the strategic direction of the college with all of the departments and programs that you have to make sure those are aligned? And I think of two things. I don't mean just cutting if something isn't aligned, but also, are you missing an opportunity somewhere? So is there an evaluation? Because a lot of folks do zero-based budgeting. You have to kind of, why am I here and how do I defend, you know, what I'm here asking for? So anyway, I'm just kind of curious what the history of the college is, and have you considered other philosophical ways to build the budget that
We could always be better, right? One area we definitely could be better is program review. Anne Marie actually goes through a program review right now. That is not actually done in kind of a financial way or a budgeting way. Could it be incorporated a little bit more? I think we have some opportunity to do that. The other thing that we can probably improve on is our program fees. So the fees that you saw earlier are not program fees. So we do about 6 million in program fees outside of the ones that I showed. The biggest part of it is aviation. They do a pretty good job, but I think there should be a process where we evaluate those. And we're working on that right now.
Michael, I think that's a really good question. And I think that part of the answer is that it's not sort of just that SLT and Lori look at the requests that people have made. It's that we have a strategic plan that is very directed and focused to specific achievements that we want to see as an organization. And when those requests come in, they're looked at in the lens of, does this help us achieve? And that's frankly, I think in many cases is what drives those requests, because they say, you want to see us make progress here. Yeah. So they say, well, great, here's what we need in order to make that progress. So, I mean, I'm so impressed with the way a lot of places have strategic plan and it goes on the shelf.
Right.
And this place has got a strategic plan that like everybody knows it. Like you walk, some people have like their pages or whatever on walls or set up on their computers. And so, you know, they know what we're working toward, and that's where the budget tries to be focused.
This is one board that I've been on many boards over the last 40 years. This is the one board that strategic plan is actually on the board's table 2 times a year on our retreats, as well as on an ongoing project or ongoing throughout the year. It's the first board that's ever done that. It's not on the shelf.
Nice.
So it's not that I'm trying to placate you on it, but we actually work our staff to make sure we're matching up budget as well as our strategic.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really good question, right? I mean, the whole adage is show me your budget and I'll tell you what your priorities are, right? Lori, sorry.
No, I just wanted to say that when we refer to SLT, it's the 5 vice presidents who report to me and me. So IT and human resources, Michael, finance, Zach, advancement, Anne Marie, academic affairs, so instruction, the largest bucket, and then Alicia, student affairs. You know, I think there is still work to be done to be more systematic about how we increase and decrease people's budgets. So why would this program is flourishing? So we need to, that happens, but it happens because of the college-wide focus and the goodwill of those people I just mentioned. So they do an excellent job of, you need this right now, this is our priority, here I have some, you know, let's move it. I absolutely think that could be more systematic. We do have some processes. We have unionized employee groups, which is fine. There are contracts which, you know, which we have to follow that sometimes don't, I'm not criticizing them, but they don't make some of the nimbleness that the private sector or other entities might have as possible. And, you know, the other thing that I think is a factor here is that our mission is pretty broad. And it's, you know, if I try hard enough, I can attach a lot of things to that mission, but I think embodied in the what we call the action projects are major initiatives like Madras that is requiring funding, like our manufacturing program revitalization, where we're putting some funding. So I guess those are the things I would say.
Those are all reassuring.
Illustrate.
Yeah, coming in as a new budget committee member, you know, and you're faced with this planned deficit and you're asking questions, other people are asking questions. So it's nice to get those kinds of responses. I guess I want some comfort that that kind of analysis has taken place already, and you've already identified the low-hanging fruit, if you will. So I guess it's comforting for a new budget committee member to hear those kinds of responses.
As a board member, it's very comforting to have the questions asked.
Yeah,
In the past,
100%.
We've had some good people on our budget committee before. The brain trust that we have on this current budget committee, amazing. I really appreciate Appreciate the questions and comments.
Just to remind everybody, a year ago, we had a reserve policy set at 10%. So, I mean, now it's 29. The previous reserve levels that we've had, 2018, 13.85, 2019, 12.71, 2020, 14.95. I mean, so we were pretty low.
We were pretty proud of ourselves when we hit 13, I remember.
I know 23.46 in comparison is pretty good. Also, the good news is look what happens by fiscal year 28. It's back up above 29%. So within 2 years.
But not with a significant outlay for deferred maintenance.
Yeah, well, what I did, so we have a lot of projects going on. We have Madras, we have Redmond, which means that our campus services director and the project manager are busy as heck. So whether we can manage those in terms of personnel is a question. But beginning in 2028, I start putting a lot of deferred maintenance in these transfer out notes.
Okay.
In fact, so much that we will have the opportunity to go to HEC and say, heck, will you match our 8 million with your 8 million? So we can have 16 million to catch up on deferred maintenance. I mean, with our fingers crossed that all things won't go to hell in the interim. I'm sorry.
And as a business owner and a hotel owner, if the boiler goes out, you fix it.
Yeah.
It's a service industry you're in, and so if it goes out, you fix it and you figure out the.
Then you figure it out later.
Michael, help me out with HEC.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Higher Education Coordinating Commission.
Thank you.
To it, yeah.
So they provide a fund that is funded by the state legislature for capital projects for community colleges. They do it every 2 years. So the actual presidents of the community colleges get together and they agree which projects should be funded. And then they go to the state legislature, they agree to fund those projects. And then they issue bond like 2 years later to provide the funding for the colleges.
We have a gentle person's agreement. We take turns and that has really worked. So, you know, we're actually we're kind of mid-sized, I think, but we're considered a larger community college. You know, if we didn't all play nice with one another, Portland Community College would be getting everything because they can bring the goods to make that happen. So we play really well together and it's served all of us pretty well, in my view.
So takeaways, very conservative approach, disciplined spending, even when the budget's approved, we watch dollars. Our goal is to provide accessibility and affordability for the students, use grant funds wherever we can. And I tell you, we've done really well with grants the last few years. It's been excellent. And then make needed investments in employees, facilities, and technology. When I talk about financial ratios, I'll try to go quickly.
I think it's interesting and perhaps as there are so many questions about, you know, how do you feel about this budget? That we have to report certain data now to the act. And that data about our institution is pretty positive. They think we're doing all right.
When I first joined the college, somebody overheard me saying, "What is heck?" So they laughed at me and then they said, it's the Higher Education Coordinating Commission.
Nailed it.
Okay.
It just rolls off your tongue now.
Sounds like an accountant.
So 2019, the state legislature asked HEC to start reviewing all the public colleges and universities and to do a financial analysis of each one of them. And they started publishing the results in, I think it was 2020. So you can go online and look at the grading of each college and university in the state. And the grades are, this is really terrible, I think. They are stable, struggling 1, struggling 2, and in crisis. Okay, there's no, yeah, you're doing great or anything, that's the best statement. So in 2023, HAC decided their board to apply this to community colleges. So there was a work group put together, I was on it, there was 2 presidents, I think there was 4 other business officers at community colleges, and then a couple of people from HAC. And what we did is we talked about how we would provide a financial analysis of community colleges. This all goes back to some research that was done by NACUBO, which is the College Financial Officers Association, and particularly a document called, I gave it to all board members. But they are basically following, I think it's a path to success. They're following that playbook exactly, including the grading system. So we asked them, you know, we felt good, we did ratio analysis. We wanted the colleges to have the opportunity to explain their ratios, and then we did not want the grading that now they're insisting that we do. So February deadline to get all the information together. We've submitted everything through 2024. They plan to publish the report in June or July. So it'll be public. Grading of all community colleges.
It looks like you already have the results.
I gave you a document, I probably should not.
So like.
So no, what are you talking about?
Gotcha.
The HAC gives all the colleges a chance to offer any commentary or objection or explanation. We're gonna share our grades, but we are not gonna talk about the other community colleges.
So these
That
are
would
the,
be right.
these are the 4 ratios. Primary reserve is 35% of the fiat 5 rate. Liability ratio 35%, short-term performance 20, net return on that position 20, and net operating revenue. So this gives you a good definition of what they're supposed to tell you. Okay, and then these are all put together and create a composite financial index. Now they put the weights that I just showed you, but there are also other weights by ratio that they apply. And there is like a 70-page paper that describes why those rates were applied. So if, I mean, if you were a logical person, you would probably apply these types of grades to the PFI, you know, and it tells you exactly where you are as an organization. You can deploy resources to achieve robust mission, you know, 6.5 to 7.5, allow experimentation. You know, 1 and less, consider substantive programmatic adjustments. Doesn't that sound a lot better than in crisis?
Yeah.
So this is how we did. So historically, we have been good on the primary reserve ratio, viability ratio, we've been improving. Return on that position, we struggled a little bit, now we're in a good spot. And then operating margin, when it's negative, which we will be, it'll drop down here. But combined is what we care most about. So this is where we are now, 5.57, roughly about average compared to all the other communities. But still healthy. Okay, so we can focus resources to compete in future states, which is a good place to be. We will actually drop down to the purple here, where it says direct resources to allow for transformation. Still, I mean, that's healthy. It's a lot better than re-engineering the institution.
What do you attribute the rise in operating margin from fiscal year 2022 to 2024? Previous slide.
Yeah, the 2024, the slide that I have up right now.
No, previous one.
Oh.
Previous one. That one.
Yeah, 2024, we estimated a lot lower revenue from the state than we actually received. I think we received about 2.1 million than what we projected. And then we also had interest income, which is a lot more than we expected to.
I have a very nerdy question, but I'm curious what these operating margins, when you use the term net position, to me, that's a very, it's a full accrual accounting. It's how you put together your college-wide financial statements. You don't manage that way, but those are also highly influenced by things like PERS, which is totally out of your control. If your PERS liability goes up, which you can't manage on your own, well, I shouldn't say that. You have very little ability to impact that. And you could have experienced a time when PERS somehow, you know, their liability dropped or your proportion of it. So if this is truly that net position based on this full accrual concept of financial reporting, you can get skewed results just because of what's going on with PERS and
That's a great point. And to be clear to everybody, this is all funds. Okay, it's not just the general fund, it's every fund we have. It's in our consolidated financial statement that is audited. Your point on PERS and all of those figures is that they actually back those out.
Okay.
Any negative impact to the financials of an organization, they remove that.
Okay.
So there's a lot of calculations that go
Okay.
into this.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Kind of comparing things that are under your control.
So we actually projected, and Angie Anderson May did a ton of work on CFI, all of our ratios, all the way back to 2020. And then I had her project for 2025 and 2026. Now, that is not easy because of all those adjustments, but we can see kind of indications of what ratio would be negatively affected by a deficit in a year. Definitely the reserve ratio, the operating margin is going to have a negative impact. But even with our projections for 25 and 26, again, fiscal year 25, spending 7.5 million on construction projects. And even 2026, spending $1.7 million on Redmond. You know, we're still where we should be, right? We're still in a good position.
No one tell Greg this, okay, because when we interviewed him and talked with him, he told us that we need to be ambitious and entrepreneurial. And that this college was poised to do creative and innovative things, and we all agree. But if he sees that the state says no, in fact, we're going to, you know, re-engineer, well, no, we're not calling it that, but we're gonna direct resources to, yeah.
I mean, he has been known to watch these online, so.
Keep thinking big.
I do have a question that might convert this to what maybe a budget committee should be thinking about. And I already anticipating what your response is gonna be, but you know, these numbers are one thing, but I suspect that you have ways of measuring your impact. It'd be interesting to identify what you believe is successful, not looking at the numbers in your financial statements, but are students getting their AA? Are they, you know, are people getting employed? I mean, I don't know what all your success factors are, but it would be really phenomenal to somehow overlay that, because maybe your numbers are going in a direction, but if all these other measures, so you have a way, and maybe that impacts our thinking as we look at, well, what are you planning to spend and why are you planning to spend so much? Well, because look at what we're doing here. So I don't know if there's.
Student success has been a huge priority for this board for the last probably 5 to 7, maybe a little bit longer. And we've tried to get and keep better data on how we measure it. Some of the stuff for student success is hard to measure, because if you just look, you know, for your institution, we'll look at how many people graduate. But for us, you know, someone may get a better job, right? That's success.
Yeah.
Someone may transfer to a 4-year institution. That's success. And some of them tell us, and some of them we can follow, and some of them we can't follow.
Yeah.
But I think Lori has got probably a lot to say about this because she has spent a lot of time thinking that, as has our student success committee, thinking about how can, and I know that our administrators, our senior leadership and our faculty have been actively engaged in trying to find ways. And that was the thing of our big Title III grant last time was about first year experience, because we learned that if we could engage first year students more, create cohorts, give them supports for like people who've been outside of school for a while or who didn't maybe learn the study skills that they're going to need for college. If we could work on those things, creating a boot camp for developmental math so that we could save people money on having to take, you know, those kind of classes, then we could improve the success and the retention. And I know we've done that because of the commitment. But Lori can talk better
You
because
don't
there
need
are
to
more
get into
things.
too
but-
much detail if it's not appropriate.
Yeah.
I just, you know, I'm just saying that, you know, as a budget committee member, yeah, it'd be fascinating to.
We do take a lot of measurements and then we analyze the data, and there are things like graduation rates, retention rates. And it's all part of our strategic plan.
Student satisfaction or of some sort. or-
Sometimes, yeah. And we look at that data and often that data doesn't give us the clear picture of this is the intervention you need, this is the thing you need to do. But sometimes it does. And we also look then at national best practice. So we've invested a lot of time and some money into a thing called guided pathways.
Okay,
Because nationally, that's been a proven model to improve success.
okay.
So we do some of that. I wouldn't say we overlay those measurements with the budget, but yeah, and I think it's something we could do even better at.
It's definitely been something we've discussed as a board, and yeah, it's definitely a priority to try as best we can.
Great question, great note.
I'd like to commend Michael for doing an
Yes,
amazing job.
yeah.
A lot of detail, a lot of
Yeah.
hard questions. Amazing job. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
He does.
We as well have been huge.
Also, thank you for creating the 10% larger than 10% page.
I remember from last.
So helpful. Thank you so much.
That was something.
Yes.
Aaron had a question too.
Yeah, I'm sure there are other questions too. I was wondering if you could share with us a little bit about how southern, Deschutes County and northern Klamath County gonna show up in our budget. You know, this has been a side conversation we've had. And I would really love to hear more about where
Aaron,
our
I'm sorry,
districts-
I couldn't hear you.
where support and expansion of services or programming in South Deschutes and Northern Klamath shows up in our budget this year.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I don't think it does, but I'll tell you why. I forget exactly when it was, but Cindy, it was last summer retreat. Cindy brought a South County plan for the board to consider. And it outlined various steps to be taken, analyses to be done. It was about a 2-year plan. And she has been absolutely making progress on that.
Cindy.
Yeah, so,
She's amazing. Yes.
you know, what has come out of that hasn't, I think, we haven't had any big budget needs out of that. And I know you also get some grants to do some cool things like pre-apprenticeship training. So we haven't seen a big ticket item come out of that. And that analysis is still in progress. I believe in my evaluation, I have to report on that. I think that's one of the things I report on. So I'll be contacting you. And I know that Cindy, now wouldn't be the time, I know she'd be happy to talk about all the things she's doing. And this is just a little thing, but I thought it was pretty cool. We went to the Sun River Lapine Economic Development Luncheon. And Patricia Lucas, who directs that, called out Cindy specifically in her opening remarks and said, I'm really delighted by some of the things Cindy and her team are doing. And one of those was the construction pre-apprenticeship. And the other is slipping my mind. Automotive.
Basic automotive certificate.
Basic automotive. So things are happening. They just haven't gotten to a scale where they would be reflected, I think, in a specific line item or something like that.
So they're operational.
Yes, and they kind of get, yeah, I think. It has not gone unnoticed, in that area of the county that we don't have as strong a presence. As we do in every other area of the district, and these folks are contributing substantially to our revenues in property taxes. But not receiving a commensurate amount of services. At least that is something that consistently comes up. And I just want to keep it on our radar that we have a fastest growing area of the state down there. Really high poverty rates. This is a place where we have an opportunity to make a big impact, and I hope that we can find ways to prioritize investments in this part of our district where we haven't done before. Oh. And if there was anything we could add between now and May, well, that'd be okay.
Anyone? Oh, yeah. Right. So just a reminder, the next meeting is May 14th at the same time, 5:45. And if there are no other questions or comments, I declare, oh, Michael.
Could I ask one? Is there anything else that you need from me right now? And I wrote down building assessment report would be helpful to see. And we have that. I can share that with the budget committee. And maybe our KPIs from strategic planning would be helpful. Because we do have quite a few that tie into what we're doing.
You're gonna confirm the 1 to 3 year items being around 8 million?
I can, yeah. Anything else? Okay, sorry.
By the way, for new budget committee members, we have a few extra copies of the budget document for the current fiscal year, as well as our annual audit that we published last winter. The audit's also available on our website, if you prefer reading a PDF. But I'll leave hard copies here. If you run out, email me, I'll make sure you get one, and I can also help you track it down on our website if you have trouble finding it.
Thank you.
Yeah, take the audit book, because the audit tells you our health, where we're at. Yeah, to me, it's the most informative document.
Got it electronically.
Yeah.
Okay, then, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank
you.
Okay, so before we come back into open session, I would just like, on behalf of the board, to thank all of our budget committee members who are not board members. And I've been participating in this, and Joe with me too, since like 2009 or 10.
Long time.
And this is the best one I think I've been participating in. Yes, yeah, really thoughtful. And that's some of that credit goes to you, Michael. Because that was a really, and we've not had bad people doing your job before. It was just exemplary today, and this committee's fantastic. Let's take 5 minutes, because y'all budget folks, you are welcome to stay, but you are not required to. So thank you for being here. Let's take 5 minutes, rest for break. What is that called?
Bio break.
Bio break, thank you. It's, well, Laura has the rest of it. Little piece. Oh my God. That's why I turn up and can't stop eating. I really can't stop eating. Don't eat it. Like me, sad stuff. I have regrets. I went. Yeah, okay. All right, Erica, you ready to go?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, we will call the meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are back in open session. Has everyone had an opportunity to read the minutes? I just have one comment on the minutes, which is I'd just like to see them be a little less detailed. We don't need, I think when we receive public comments, we do not need a transcription of them, nor should we have a transcription of them. They should just be a brief summary. And I know you've been given conflicting directions, but that's what they should be going forward, please. So, and that's not on you, that's on, but anyway, that's just, I think what we
Kyle's life easier.
need to do. Sorry?
It says, let's make Kyle's life easier. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings us to one of the very best times of the year, I think. Faculty recognition.
Let's vote on it.
Oh, we have to approve the minutes. I'm sorry. Yes, we do.
Move
Okay,
approval.
thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Nobody done? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Noting on motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we will go to Anne Marie and Laura and perhaps Lori for our faculty recognition.
This is also one of my favorite parts of the year, so thank you for teeing it up that way, Laura. Yes, we are going to recognize folks in a number of categories here. Because you have a fairly extensive write-up in your board packet, I am going to encourage you to read those. I'll highlight a couple of things. But it's really a joy to celebrate the talented and dedicated faculty that we have, and even the writing of those paragraphs to share with you are really, really fun. It's really, really fun.
So I think we saw an illustration from the faculty members who presented students tonight of what really dedicated, amazing faculty members we have.
And we did have a collection of about a dozen people downstairs celebrating with a little food. And Martinelli's, they couldn't all stick around for this part of the meeting, so we'll work on our timing next time. Yeah. Okay, but let me begin with the proposal for a candidate for tenure, Venus Nguyen, whom you all know because of your work with her recently. Venus came to COCC in the pandemic 2020, and as I was sharing with some folks downstairs, she, I believe, was the first person that we interviewed and hired entirely via Zoom.
Oh, wow.
She was one of about 5 people in her cohort, and she is the only one who remains of that cohort. Other people have moved on to other things. So while we are sorry to lose the other members of her cohort, Venus really is able to do the work of at least 3 people. So I don't think our numbers are that bad when you think about it. But Venus is a delight, as you know, and such a talent, and has brought a lot of really good growth to our art department, our CTE focus on the campus. And so we're so pleased to have her as a candidate for tenure.
And she was a fantastic member of the budget committee.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm sorry, the
President-
hiring committee,
Yeah.
search committee.
Yeah, so more detail about her. Do you want to do your resolution after each of these that I present, or do you want to do them collectively at the end?
We usually do all of the, well, I mean, I would suggest that we do it as we've done it in the past, which is all of each group together.
Okay, that is it for the tenure group then.
So, is there, okay, so does someone have a motion?
We can do the resolution and be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Central Oregon Community College grants tenure to Venus Nguyen.
I'll second it.
Fantastic. Is there any discussion? Just say congratulations, Venus. This is great
Yeah.
work. Well deserved. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Noting none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that one, Emery.
Promotion candidates are next, and this is a group of people who have been at various stages of their career and are reviewed, their files are reviewed for their contributions in primary assignment, which is teaching and advising, in professional development, goals that they've set for themselves and progress toward those, and service to the college and the community. And so faculty members review their files and bring to you tonight the following recommendations. Beginning with those suggested to promote from assistant professor 1 to assistant professor 2. We have James Cagney, Jared Green. This is a bit of a, I'm calling an audible here. Your packet has him in the next category up. He's actually promoting from assistant 1 to assistant 2. Sean Roberts in psychology. I should have said that deals. James Cagney in CIS, Jared Green in automotive, Sean Roberts in psychology, Jim Seekinen in automotive, and Kimberly Wilk in firefighter is in the paramedic program. Promoting from assistant professor 2 to associate professor, we have Sierra Muir, who's in our vet tech program, Hal DeShow, whom you also know in geology.
Also on the hiring committee.
Also on the hiring committee. Abby Giara, our economist. I had a fabulous conversation with him about the economy a little while ago. Catch his ear sometimes. Matt Higgins in biology, Leslie Houston in dental assisting, Carmen Ingley in nursing, and Kristen Lambert also in nursing. Eileen Sather and Carrie Walker both in humanities. And finally, promoting from associate professor to professor. This is really a big one for us. And it is always such a pleasure to read the files of these folks and be blown away by the amount of production that is on there in their files. In particular, one of the things that we especially appreciate in these candidates are their leadership in various aspects of the campus and community work that we do. So Jessica Hammerman teaches history. Jason Lamb teaches art history, also chairs the art department. Paula Simone in fire science departments. Mindy Williams in humanities. And I think you probably have encountered all of those folks at one time or another as well. And those are our candidates for promotion tonight.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Fantastic.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Central Oregon Community College promote the faculty as recommended by the promotion committee.
Is very simple.
Sorry.
Moved by Aaron and seconded by Jim. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Please, as with Venus, pass along our congratulations. Motion carries unanimously.
The next item in your packet is about sabbaticals. I believe this is informational rather than something that you vote on. But we have 5 faculty members who will be taking 1 or 2 terms of sabbatical next year. The college puts aside 7 terms total of sabbatical opportunity for faculty, and they can apply for 1 to 3 terms. And so we have people taking a different number of terms here. But Jessica Hammerman, who was recently promoted, or you agreed to promote to professor, will be working on developing a new class. Matt Higgins in biology will be doing a variety of things in field research, learning more in new areas and working with K-12 students. Forest Town is going to be creating an illustrated children's book about science. Monica Vine studying alternative indigenous healing methods across various cultures to bring that back into the courses that she teaches. Wayne Yateman plans to elevate the quality and accessibility of online business education at COCC, and again, bring his learnings back to his department to share with their program, which is one of our leaders in moving toward an online program, by the way.
Emery,
Yeah.
sometimes in the past, we've had folks come and talk to the board, just do
Yes.
a little presentation about their sabbaticals. So would you keep that in mind? I think that would be a cool thing to do
Yeah.
next year.
Very nice. Yeah, we love that. Yeah.
So with sabbaticals, do they still have their salary for the year?
They do. Yep.
And then who takes their position in regards to teaching?
It's a variety of things. We will often hire an adjunct to replace that person or fill in with multiple part-timers where needed. But we use those salary savings from sabbatical funds to help backfill with other faculty and cover their classes. Did that answer your question? Okay, next on the agenda is a resolution regarding emeritus faculty. We have a number of faculty retiring who are eligible for emeritus status. And I really should have brought the details of what is required for that. But let's just say that they've been for a long time and they're really, really, really great people. They do get a number of benefits. They get to keep their email address. They get library privileges. They get to come to convocations, graduation, any other special events that we have. What am I missing?
Use the library.
Yep, yeah.
Use the
Okay,
gym.
the gym, okay, and we generally keep in touch with them pretty well. So we have 7 faculty earning proposed for emeritus status. Ron Boldenau in forestry, Brett Michalski also in forestry, Kathy Smith with us tonight.
I'm so sad.
In math, Lou Cusno in computer and information systems, Lynn Murray dental assisting, Scott Hayes in business, and John Booknight in communication.
I'm very sad.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of COCC District approves emeritus status for retiring faculty members that you just mentioned.
Second. Fabulous. Moved and seconded to approve the emeritus status. Is there any further discussion? I will add this, that all of them, this is a big loss for the college. These are some wonderful people. It's true. Yeah, I am especially quite fond of certain math faculty there. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve emeritus status for these 7 individuals. Is no discussion. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Anne Marie, and congratulations to all 7 of them.
Thank you.
All right, so now we are to Laura.
Okay, I have the honor of presenting to the board so emeritus status for some of our classified employees. Catherine Condon, Ruth Thompson, and Eugen von Helmbrecht. I wanted to mention that each of them, one of the requirements are to at least have worked at COCC for 15 years. Catherine Condon has been here for 30 years. She has worked faithfully and consistently in SBDC, a huge part of that effort. And then Bruce Thompson in IT. And Bruce Thompson is a success story. He was a COCC graduate and he was a student worker. And he also has worked at COCC for 31 years. So he's a real tribute to COCC. And then Eugen von Helmbrecht has worked at COCC in the IT department for 18 years. Many of our faculty are very familiar and e-learning with Eugen because he does a lot of the recording of class materials. He was hugely helpful during the COVID time to help get materials online for our faculty and has done various events over the years. So I would present these folks, Catherine Condon, Bruce Thompson, and Eugen von Helmbrecht to the board for your approval of emeritus status, please.
Someone have a motion?
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Central Oregon Community College District approves emeritus status for retiring classified employees Catherine Condon, Bruce Thompson, and Eugen von Helmbrecht.
Second.
It's been moved by Aaron and seconded by Aaron. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Noting none, motion carries unanimously. Please pass along our congratulations to.
One more to present to you. We do not have very many confidential employees here at the college, literally less than a handful. And I would also like to present Jennifer Peters, a confidential employee for emeritus status. And Jennifer has been here at the college since 2005, so 20 years. She's worked in administration, most recently in the foundation. She's done work here at the board level. So many of you are familiar with her work, and I would like to present Jennifer Peters for emeritus status for the approval, please.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Central Oregon Community College District approves emeritus status for retiring confidential employee Jennifer Peters.
Thank you. Do you have a second? Oh, sorry. Okay, moved by Joe, second by Jim. Any discussion? Noting none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Motion carries unanimously. Please thank Jennifer and congratulate her because she did work with the board on several occasions when we just needed it, and she was wonderful. So, and really unflappable.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, we can fix this. Thank you, Laura. So we move to information items, and we are at monthly budget status. And so I know that Michael feels like he has nothing to do, so he'd really like it if we have a bunch of questions for him.
I do have one comment that we were supposed to bring a resolution for financial aid to this meeting, but we missed it, so we'll submit it next month.
Okay. So no one wishes to pepper him with questions?
Is that related to the
I wanna
budget
go home early.
compliance note?
Yeah, that's not happening.
Early.
Sorry, Aaron, did you get your
Yes.
question answered? Yep. Okay, thank you. New hire reports. Anyone have questions for Laura? Or comments or anything? Nope. Okay, so we are now to the workforce development goal update on the strategic plan.
I have printouts of our slides for you to have up close and personal. They'll come around the room.
Thanks.
This is the same Jennifer. Now.
Here, Joe.
I will leave it.
I didn't go very far.
All right.
Yeah.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Jennifer.
Yeah.
Hourly nutrition.
And it's been done. Her replacement is in place and her replacement is crushing it, so.
Awesome. We'd like to hear that.
Okay. Good evening. As you know, I'm Vice President of Academic Affairs, Anne Marie Hamlin, and I have with me tonight one of my colleagues who I'll ask to introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Graham. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Business, Industry, and Professional Development. My responsibility is really driven through the non-credit side of the college. My team is responsible for the small business development, workforce development as it relates to the public and private sector, and pre-apprenticeship around construction and manufacturing.
And have you got the acronym down really fast?
It rolls off my tongue.
Let's hear
I'm
it.
working on Center for Business Industry. and
No, the letter,
Professional-
the acronym.
CBIPD. I'm working on shortening that.
We applaud you.
All
right.
Yeah.
That took a while.
Permission to do that.
So we are here tonight for periodic presentations on the strategic plan. I was happy to hear Joe reference that in the budget committee and the work that you do to keep you up to date on how that work is going. John and I are going to talk about the workforce development goal, which, as you will recall, is one of five of our strategic plan goals. Workforce development. We define as COCC develops and align educational opportunities with regional workforce needs and industry standards. We in this area have two indicators that we look at. And the first is the number of students by headcount and completions that we have in both the credit and non-credit programs. And secondly, the number of classes, certificates, and degrees that we're adding each year. I'm going to talk through these reasonably quickly because we are in the process of updating our goals, the numbers to which we're striving. And that is going to come back to you. It's something we do at the end of the year. We're going to come back with that in June at our presentation there. So I'm mostly going to be reminding you of what you saw last summer. In terms of headcount and completion, For this indicator, we have 4 sub-indicators. So you'll notice left to right, the credit head count, non-credit head count, CTE completions, and then non-credit completions. And you'll see over a 3-year period, the numbers at the top of those bars in the bar graph give you the number of individual students in those particular categories. We have previously set as those indicators about a 2% growth in each of those. And that's one of the numbers that we're working on. We've spent some time doing some little bit more careful analysis of trends over time, and we're refining those indicators for the next.
2% per biennium or per year?
Year, yeah. So we'll see a little bit more nuance in each of those categories when we're doing this to later. However, overall, we're going to count the goal as complete, as met, if we meet 3 or more of those sub-indicators in terms of the targets that we've set to. Only almost met will be if we've been met 2 of the sub-indicators, and if we only do 0 or 1, we will not have met. All right. The next, oh, no, I just had a few more details on headcount and completion. We do use some peer institution data to compare ourselves with, and so these are Lynn Benton, Rogue, Southwestern Oregon, Lane, and Umpqua community colleges, most similar to us in size and makeup. So we look comparatively at some of their numbers next to ours. As I was talking about the ways we're tinkering with our numbers, we've been looking at growth rates, and we've been anywhere from 1 to 10% in each of these 4 categories in the last 3 years. So we're just, again, looking at those a little bit more carefully and seeing what those numbers should be. We've also been advised that it's probably better to use a range instead of a single number, because that's what we're doing with some of our other indicators. So we're looking at a possible range of 1.5 to 4% across indicators, but it'll be a little different for each one. So again, I'll share more on that when we have data at the end of the year. We are able to look at message on the other side. We are able to look at demographic data, so disaggregate a bit to see which groups we're serving and which groups we need to be working on serving better. That's available for our CTE programs. We've collected that data for many years, but we don't collect that for non-credit programs. So we're only going to have partial data in terms of demographics in this area. The other indicator that we have, and again, you're going to be seeing a graphic that you saw last summer about new courses and programs. We originally started working on this indicator by looking at what we knew was coming up in the next few years. We knew that mostly through our credit side. And so, for example, in 23-24, we were able to say we added 2 non-credit programs, 2 new CTE programs, lots of courses in non-credit, and then some new courses in CTE programs. Let's see, so that's what that was. That's how we were determining those numbers. But one of the things that we're going to talk about that John's going to share with you in just a minute is the ways that we are looking at this are changing because of some tools that we're using now. I don't know if you remember, but last summer I kind of gave you a hint that we were bringing on some new tools that were going to help us to refine things, and those are now in place or in process. And you'll hear more just about those in just a moment. For this indicator, we do not use peer institution data because we're always measuring against ourselves and what the community needs. So measuring against other communities is not necessarily helpful for us. But what's really interesting, I think, in this area for workforce development is the work that we're doing and how we're understanding ourselves and our programs in some new and different ways via these tools that we have. So as a college, we've really only thought about workforce development in the credit side of the work that we do. We really haven't done much on the non-credit side. But in terms of the reorganization that we did, and in bringing John on as executive director of CBIPD early last year, we also put some programs, peer apprenticeship, manufacturing, non-credit in his area. And we began to think more globally about credit and non-credit together. So with these indicators, we're really combining those. It takes a little work to figure out exactly how to do it. You think it might be easy, but let me give you some examples. Some questions we ask ourselves. So do we count only those courses that lead or programs that lead to a specific job? Right? Forklift operator, phlebotomist, those sorts of things. Or do we also count professional development for people who are already in the workforce and need some upskilling or some additional training? Okay. Do we count personal enrichment classes in the non-credit side that are within the community education program? They have, for example, a DIY construction class. People take it for personal enrichment, but it does have some application to the workforce. One last one, do we count integrated education training as part of this? The state defines that as workforce related. They're relatively new to us. And so we're beginning to think about how do we capture all of these things? What are we going to include and exclude? We've done that most recently with the help of one of the tools that John is going to describe to us in just a minute. And I guess I'll just add one other thing on that. The other new and exciting thing for us is how we go about this work. We're having regular conversations and meetings between the instructional deans, executive director of CVIPD, institutional effectiveness, and occasionally other folks. So those are conversations that would previously have happened only within instruction, the credit side of the house. And so we're capturing more information and being able to think in different ways about this. Okay.
It seems like you.
Yeah, we're yelling.
So when you were talking about, should we be including community stuff and other things? This is for workforce, so wouldn't there be a connection between, yeah, we trained you, you learned this thing, but did you get a job? So.
Yeah. That's exactly the question we're asking. Is it
No.
only valuable if it ends in a job?
Yeah.
Or is there some workforce value in some of these other things that aren't necessarily gonna land in a
Or do we get
job?
credit for it if it's a job, different than if we just get credit for it, than taking the class?
Another way to think about it, yeah.
To me, I think they're diluting a lot of stuff at one time.
We're what?
I think they're diluting wherever you go with it, but my first pink flag was a red flag, but a pink flag, that you're diluting too much into measuring the do yourself courses. You know, where does it end? You think of photography class?
Yeah.
Does that end up? We don't know. But
Exactly.
we need to be able to say, are we generating a opportunity for a student who is not going to COCC for ongoing education, but they are learning how to run a forklift at $20 an hour, hopefully going to $30 an hour in 5 years with some other skills that we're teaching. I don't know if do yourself wood carpentry is part of that.
Yeah.
So I guess mine will be, can you put a $20 an hour position to what you're trying to.
Right, does it lead to an occupation? Does it lead to a job?
There you go. Yes.
Right.
But, or does it lead to, a higher pay, right? I mean, you might already have the job, but now because you've got this additional skill, you get paid. I mean, you qualify as a language interpreter, right, at your job. If you're at Neighbor Impact, you automatically get $1 an hour raise, right? I mean, that's just and that should count too, because that's. Yeah, but how do you,
Exactly. But these are very interesting conversations and we will land ultimately. We have a little more for you in the future. We typically have 2 action projects. I'm stealing one of these from community engagement. Sorry, Zach.
There's the steal.
Because it's actually very relevant, and that's the workforce infrastructure is in the community engagement part, but you also are familiar with our MATC revitalization and the Madras expansion. John is going to give us some more information about what's going on in the workforce infrastructure and these tools that we're bringing on.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the questions. So what I'm going to show you right now is when you really think about evaluating the non-credit programming under workforce development, those are great questions. And what we're going to bring to bear are 2 things. First of all, I'm going to talk about from a workforce infrastructure standpoint, the analyst tool, which I'll get to in a moment. And then we're going to talk a little bit about a data-driven, time-bound project called a demand gap analysis. And so first, let me talk about the infrastructure responsibility right here. Tools, data, and then the ability to evaluate what that data delivers and then act on it is something that we haven't been able to do as we think about our relationship with credit and non-credit. This tool here, which is called Lightcast, which is a labor market analysis platform that helps align education and workforce development in real-time employer needs, is the critical device that we're starting to use. So what you're going to see right here are some examples of that dashboard. But let me tell you what it does. It connects people seeking career opportunities. It connects employers that need talent, and it connects educators. Build relevant training programs. That's the ecosystem that operates within Lightcast.
So is this a state initiative or?
No, this is not a state initiative. What Lightcast is, it uses 67 of the top Fortune 100 companies, 1,000 educational institutions, including 100% of Oregon's community colleges, and over 775 workforce and economic development agencies, all use Lightcast data and this type of dashboard analytics.
Is this new or is it new to us or?
It's new to us.
And it is provided through HEC, so it's to, all the community colleges use it, and it is provided to us through HEC at no charge.
So it's hard to see, the dashboard is vibrant in terms of all the sectors that it carry, that you can dig into. But what I did is ask, these are sort of the questions that we can take a look at. So the first is what industries are seeing the most changes in the region? I can pull levels of data.
Can I ask you a quick question? When you say the
Sure.
region, is that what the white stuff is?
Yeah.
We're grouped in that region?
Yeah, so
Okay.
when you think about up here, I can go into each county.
Oh, you can go, so we're not grouped with that whole.
No, I can
Oh,
group
okay.
that into, I can group it into Deschutes
I thought this was
County.
them cutting the state into three
No,
thirds.
all of this work, I can do it all.
You can get it at a
I
granular
can get it
level.
down to the granular
Yeah.
level, down to the level of detail that is
Perfect.
minutiae
Okay.
is really.
Sorry, I
really
just wanted to
quite
understand, when you say region, I didn't know what we were talking about.
Think
So-
about an analyst tool that has so much information, you literally, it would take me an hour and a half.
You'll spend
to
hours
get through it.
slicing and dicing it?
Yes, and what I'll do is I'll come back and run you through it.
Yes.
Right, and you can see how
Yeah.
wonderful it actually is.
Great.
So what you see here is a couple of snapshots. Let's take a look from what industries are we seeing most change in my region? So you can look at it from a macroeconomic standpoint. Then you can dig deep, a little deeper into what are the programs we offer in alignment with job trends. Dig into the colleges and the workforce development programs that we're actually delivering. Okay, and then lastly, we think about, is there workforce demand to support these new programs? And they literally scrub the classifieds. What jobs today are out there in terms of demand? Are we aligned appropriately with our
For
pathways
this
to do that?
region or for the state or nationally, or can you do all of them?
All of them. I can dig down into all of the level of local details that you need. I can go as broad as you need to and compare as well. So you can take best practices, you can compare, you can do all of those types of analysis across the board. Lightcast is the leader in this space, and they are community driven. They're an awesome organization. We have a wonderful relationship with them. So this just started the end of August or so. And so we have myself and then 14 deans have the opportunities to utilize and dig into this. So it's pretty cool.
So all of the instructional deans are using it, so that's 5 instructional deans. And next month, when you see some new program proposals, you might think of this because all of the deans have used this tool in order to find information about how viable is this program, how much need will there be at the end, what will people make.
So are businesses putting data in also?
Yep, so think about the ecosystem of the enterprise businesses, educators, right? And then actual individuals can use this. People use this individually to find jobs. They can literally dig that into that level. So the ability of information, the quality of information and how they deliver it in a visual way, in a very, very clear, succinct way is really quite remarkable.
So this could be a tool used for advising a student who maybe doesn't know what the heck they want to do.
Yes, yeah. And it's real-time data driven.
We
So it's
used
really, really
this at
interesting.
Portland State, when I was working in the School of Business, and a huge motivator at that time was demonstrating the ROI of a degree.
Yes.
Of a master's degree, you don't always have the data at your fingertips, and this tool came in very handy, pulling data to show demand in certain fields to help students feel confident that the investment of their time and money was worthwhile.
And
So-
we do use that same, the LifePath has multiple different modules, and the one Erin's referring to, we do use on our academic program pages, do the exact same thing. This is meant more for an internal tool for program development at institutions, but they pull from a lot of the very same data sources. There's just different applications and different dashboards.
Thanks for clarifying.
Where has this been all?
It hasn't been here, but it's not, but it is today, right? So all our other
This is
community
like,
colleges.
this is like
yes.
what we've been like.
Wait till you see
So-
what the actual program that we're.
And
I feel like it's Christmas.
Go ahead and
So-
talk about our next school.
Yeah, so just so you have an understanding, so beyond what you see here, occupational trends, industry snapshots, regional insights, demographic filters, job posting analytics, and the details of that digs into, if you're data geek like myself, is fantastic. So it's good, it's gonna be an invaluable tool as we move forward, particularly as we align our pathways between non-credit and the credit, our credit side of the college. The second piece, again, driven by Livecast, that is gonna take place, is we are going to do what we call a PDGA, which is a program demand gap analysis. It is a data-driven, time-bound project deliverable in May of 2025. So they've already started it. It's about a 12-week program. They're running it as we speak. And it helps answer this critical question. Where are we meeting workforce needs and where can we improve, right? And so here's what this analyzes. And they're gonna, and the Lightcast consulting team is out there today with the data that we've delivered to them. And it analyzes COCC's current program offerings. It looks at the regional labor market demand and other institutions' graduate output. So you look to your competitors, you look where other activities are taking place and compare those. It collects, so here's how it works. Data collection. So we have done the classic data dump for both the credit side of all of the courses that we offer, and then we had to dig deep and do the non-credit side. Back to your question about do you count certain classes? What we did is we said if it leads to a job, we want to count it. And then we've got some tremendous help in the Lightcast group that says we've seen this sort of inconsistency of data between credit and non-credit. Here's how we recommend that you put it together. And so they have helped us kind of make sure that we're looking at apples to apples as we start to look at the data as we deliver it. They'll build a model for us that you'll see. They'll deliver the PDGA environmental scan, which is a final product that we'll be able to share not only internally, but externally and with our industry partners across Central Oregon. But here's the outcome, a clear, actionable regional roadmap of talent supply versus employer demand. One of the many slides that comes up is the actual idea of taking a talent supply versus demand. I know you can't necessarily see it, but I use the registered nurse as an example. In a given period of time, in a given Deschutes County setup, if I said Deschutes County, maybe pick 2 or 3 other counties that we serve. Today, there is a demand for 319 nurses, registered nurses. We're showing that we have approximately 58. The gap is 319. Right? We can dig into hundreds of different sectors of job descriptions in all of the places that we trade, that COCC trade.
We should clarify that this is a generic example
Yeah.
from the type of report that will get that specific to us when it's.
Yeah, so this is the type of information we'll come back continuously. And then what it will also allow us to do is most importantly, when you see the actionable outcomes is number 1, expand into high demand, low supply program areas. 2, sustain programs already aligned and performing well. And I think this is really important. Rethink or reduce programs with low market relevance, right? So let's make the right call based on what the data tells us is the right call to make. So lastly, it empowers us to drive the right programs, build stronger industry partnerships, back up investment decisions driven by real-time data, which we haven't been able to do, which is really, really valuable for us, and then deliver graduates a high opportunity in local careers. So this will be delivered to us in May, and obviously we'll share it with the board and the group, but it also will help us through CBIPD, are we headed in the right pathway? Are the places that we're starting to develop programs, are they right? If there are gaps, can we pivot appropriately to make sure that we're fulfilling the mission of the community? It's very cool.
Yeah.
This is the same company that does our economic impact study.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that.
How far out do you think you'll be able to project once we get the state in? I understand you got to accumulate data before you project far out.
Well, this goes, I can put in a 10-year run. And they'll project that, but every day that passes is real data.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'd love to come in and show it to you and have you help me slice and dice it the way that you want to see it. It's really an invaluable tool.
The company also, or best practice seems to be, one does this kind of study every 3 to 5 years. So it would last for a period of time.
Right, and as to Anne Marie's point, Ben has done a whole program on this sort of gap analysis. Where are we headed? Are we headed in the right direction? Right jobs, right place, and right education. And so it's very much in line with what's going on in both Bend and the Central Oregon community. So as we start to line up all of those results that are all coming in, we'll have a pretty good idea of where we should be heading. But what I like most is it's data driven, right? It's really, really important. So when we're making these calls, and it's not necessarily kind of off the cuff, no one necessarily does that, but really be driven by data. So we're very excited about it.
Data, not anecdotes, right?
Yeah. There we go. I'll just zip to the last 2 slides here, the last 2 slides, things you've heard about before, but I'll just give a quick verbal and visual update. In the MATC revitalization program project, we've had a lot of good work going on from that team. And John is part of that team as well. Activities are in process now. We're getting architectural designs for the revision and remodel of the building. The faculty have been working on revising the credit curriculum. In particular, the move from the self-paced classes to structured instruction in real time has been part of that. We're hiring new faculty. We're adding 2 new faculty to that group this year. Or next year, and the group is really coming around and doing quite a bit of professional development. They had been meeting weekly about teaching topics and syllabus preparation and various things. They're moving to bi-weekly on that, but that's been very productive for them. And we're also exploring what some non-credit training options are in that area.
Right, and to that point, Amy Ward, who runs who's done such a great job. The tremendous amount of change in terms of the advisory board and the partners that are now part of that group. She's moved them 180 degrees in the right direction. We are heading in the right direction to really build out the opportunities for the long term there. She's done a fantastic job.
Who some of the partners?
Well, some of the partners are BaseX, right? Some of the bigger players, but we'll also have our high school partners that before weren't necessarily a fan of some of the work that we were doing. So some of those high school partners are now beginning to talk about how they would send their students to COCC. And then some of the broadening players beyond just basics, I can give you the whole list of the advisory group, right?
The one thing I know, being an ex-chamber guy, is EdCo and REDAP doesn't come up in any conversations the last 2 or 3 years in regards to partnerships or engagement with our private sector. It bothers me. It really does.
Is Hard working for a part of your group?
They are, yeah.
Maybe we can come back to that another
Yeah.
time. I'm gonna have to ask some more questions about that, Joe, but let me wrap this up with
Yes, I know, I'll
some
be here all
lovely
night.
photos. This is the other action project, and it's the Madras expansion. Josh Clausen took these photos last week for us to share with you. You've heard a lot about the Madras expansion, so I won't go into detail, just show you some of the construction that's happening at this point. And with that, we'll happy to take any more questions, should you have them.
Yeah. When can you come back and tell us more?
Do you hire, let's say, you've got a non-credit thing you're working on.
Yes.
And you've got somebody in BaseX, let's just say, who's really good as a teacher. Do we hire them? Do we work with them?
That's a great question. That's one of the most difficult opportunities for us. We are always looking for great instructors. The big trouble is pay, right? So if someone is working at BaseX, they have an opportunity. They have to own that give back muscle, right? That ability to say, I want to instruct and actually give back to the community. So we're always looking, and we quite often once or twice a year, we'll find somebody in that instance, but that's our constant ask. And so with the revised advisory board, we make sure before everybody leaves, who's out there, where are those opportunities for people that would come in and be instructors for us to help in the community, besides lending materials or machines that they no longer want and what that we could use as part of our program moving forward. But that is a great question, but that's our big.
One more question, and that is, it seems to me like we could have better partnerships with other community colleges if like we have half a class worth of students, they have half a class, and we could combine, and one of our community colleges could be the lead on making that class development work. Do we talk about that?
We've explored those sorts of things in the past. The one I can think of right now, not exactly the model you're looking at, but Surge Tech. We partner with Lynn Benton Community College.
And that's what I was thinking about.
Exactly, yeah, so yeah, we're always looking for opportunity to make that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll just mention this report that we're gonna get is something that should get to us by the end of spring. We're gonna want to spend some time digging through and analyzing that. So we will come back to you with more information in the future on it. Yeah.
So our indicators are around our head count and completions. As well as new programs, new courses, kind of stuff. Are we tracking who is getting a job?
Many of our, oh, you want to talk about that? No,
That's some of our programs, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Some of our credit programs do a nice job of doing that because the faculty, they're relatively small, the faculty have good relationships with the students and with local business. In general, that's hard to track when the programs are larger or they're very brief because it's so relationship and students just don't, Alicia, they just don't respond to surveys after they're gone.
And who knows, they may take an interim job and then get the job later.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's hard to track.
and the state has explored that off and on over the years, but then privacy issues come into play and it really disappears.
Okay, I'm just curious.
That was where I was gonna go with my answer too, so thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys. Really
Cool.
exciting.
Thank
That is so cool.
Yeah, I know, I'm like, can we get a log on to this?
I know, amazing.
No.
Okay, we've got foundation scholarship update.
I'm just gonna introduce really quickly, for those of you who don't know, Brittany Nichols, she's the director of our foundation program, and I think a lot of you do, she's been here longer than me. I love that, John, somebody with a very strong give back muscle, this woman, has been working in philanthropy and nonprofits since her days at the University of Oregon. Anyway, she runs our scholarship program, soup to nuts, and runs it very well, and is known around the state for doing so, and as you know, we have the largest scholarship program in the state, and it's pretty much led by one person. We have a great team of support, but so just really pleased that she's here before the board to share. You hear us talk about it a lot, and now you get to see it. So welcome, Brittany Nichols.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a while since I presented to the board, so happy to share a lot of updates and changes that we've had over the years. I'm going to be sharing, like I said, some changes and some updates that maybe you aren't aware of, and then also just sharing some outcomes of the scholarship program and really just reiterating the benefits of receiving a scholarship. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. Please ask questions as we go along. Happy to stop and answer what I can. Yeah, so in my, like I said, in my work at the state level and at the national level, there are a lot of things that I have come to realize that are very unique to COCC and what we do here with our scholarship program. In just my communication with other community colleges and other foundations, there are a few things that we do that are very different that I'm really proud of. And I think that these differences create both a very efficient scholarship program and a very sustainable scholarship program. Proven outcomes there. So a few things that are very unique to COCC scholarship program is that we only offer full scholarships to students. A lot of other community colleges offer partials, half scholarships, a couple $100 here and there. We will only offer full scholarships to students. And when I say full scholarship, that is the in-district tuition rate for a student to take 12 credits per term for 3 terms.
So for this current academic year of 24-25, that equates to $5,001. When I started 13 years ago, the full scholarship was $3,200. And the foundation board votes that in every single year what our scholarship amount is going to be. We've always been lockstep in what actual in-district tuition rates are. So likely with the increase that Nick will talk about today, for next academic year, we'll be increasing that $5,000 to match what the in-district rate is going to be. So even though we offer full scholarships, we prorate scholarships as well. That's another unique thing that we do. So we offer a full scholarship, assuming that the student is going to take a full course load, 12 credits or more. But if they don't, we actually prorate their scholarship every single term. So we disperse 3 times throughout the year, fall, winter, and spring term, and we look at how many credits the students are actually taking. So if they're taking between 6 and 8 credits, they get half the scholarship for that term. They take between 9 and 11, they get 75%, and then if they take a full course load of 12 or more, they're going to get 100% of the scholarship for that term. So we prorate the scholarships based on actual credits. This is one of my favorite things that we do here that I don't haven't run into anyone else who does this. But our scholarships are renewable, so a student can receive the scholarship for up to 3 years total. We look at scholarships as an investment in our students. We want to see that investment continue. This helps our students in a lot of ways. I think the biggest one is financially. They know for 3 years they can receive a scholarship if they meet those minimum renewal requirements. It helps them plan. It helps kind of take the burden off them of knowing how they're going to pay for their education for up to 3 years total. They do have to meet some certain renewal requirements, but it's very minimal. It's a GPA of a 2.5 or higher. They have to volunteer for one of the foundation events. And they have to stay in good academic standing, and that's it. So they don't need to reapply. They just get an automatic scholarship renewed for 2 additional years. And like Zach mentioned, just the sheer amount of money we have available is quite impressive. The 2.2 million is what we have available for this academic year. We're on track to offer that probably around the same amount for next academic year too. And just for comparison, when I started, we had just around $900,000 available in scholarships to offer. So the program continues to grow with the generosity of our community. So yeah, it's very, very impressive. So that means that you can offer more scholarships, even though the total cost has increased per student. You can still offer in real terms more scholarships than we did 12 years ago. Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's a moving target always as of course, tuition goes up, right? We're able to offer less. Yeah. But we have an amazing fundraising team and we continue to raise more funds as well. So there's a lot of unmet need out there as well. So about 60% of students who apply for a scholarship don't receive it, just based solely on you don't have enough funds for it. They're eligible, they're qualified, we just don't have enough funds for it. One other thing that we do is that we just have one application for all of our foundation scholarships. And this, I think is really unique. You hear a lot of other colleges, students are applying to individual scholarships and they qualify. That could be dozens or hundreds. Foundation has hundreds of unique individual scholarships. And so sometimes students apply individually. We have one application, and on the back end, we match students with a scholarship that they qualified for. So that's another neat thing we do. And then also our scholarships are financial need based, not merit based. And so we look at every single student, what their financial need is, and that's a large part of our awarding decisions based on financial need, not merit. And the last bullet here, not unique to COCC, but just something to note, is that our scholarship program and oversight from both the Foundation Board of Trustees as well as the Scholarship Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Board of Trustees. I want to share a couple some major changes that have happened in the last decade or so that I want to share that you may be aware of, you may not be aware of. In 1718, we made a decision to allow students who were not eligible for FAFSA to be able to apply for a scholarship. It used to be that you had to be a documented student eligible for FAFSA to apply for our scholarship program. And in 1718, the state of Oregon released the ORSA, which is the Oregon Student
State equivalent.
Application. Yeah, the ORSA. It's the state of Oregon's equivalent to the FAFSA. This allows us to be able to look at an undocumented student and see what their financial need is without them having to go through the federal government to do so. So that was a great opportunity for a lot of our students to be able to apply for scholarships there. That same year, we introduced Award Spring, which is an online scholarship application portal, so everything happens online, which is great. This award screen portal is tied into Banner, which is kind of our student record keeper here at the college. And so when students log in, we have a lot of their information already populated into the application. So they're not having to put their GPA or to what their major is. It's updated every single night, so we get real-time updated data for those kind of awarding decisions as well. And then in 1920, we had several different emergency funds. You may have heard of the Turner Fund, the Luminary Fund, we have some older emergency funds. We combined all of our emergency funds into one larger fund called the Student Relief Fund. And that has really just helped us as administrators be able to have a simplified application and have just a more clear process of how students can apply and which fund they may be able to receive that way. In 2021, we also made a pretty big decision of allowing out of district students to be eligible to apply for a scholarship. Up until this year, you had to be an in-district student to be eligible to apply for a scholarship. And as you may or may not know, it can take up to 2 years for students to become in-district at COCC. And so this has helped a lot with our recruiters out there in bordering states and kind of around the state. You know, when WikiUp, the residence hall was built, a lot of those students are out of district and we want to be able to support them once they're here at COCC, whether they're in district or out of district. And that really is kind of, it's based on their tuition rate, but how much they're paying. We want to be able to support all COCC students, not just the in district paying students. So that was a big change. About 85% of our scholarship recipients are still in district. So every year between 10 to 15% are considered out of district. So still the vast majority are in district students. And then in 22-23, we made a very, very large decision to go to a 2-cycle kind of cadence for applications. Since as long as we can remember or know, we've only had one application window where students applied in the spring for fall scholarships. And 3 academic years ago, we decided to open up to 2 different application cycles. And this has proven way more successful than we thought. So we have a spring application window and we have a fall application window. And this has allowed more students to apply throughout the year. It has allowed us to disperse more money throughout the year. And then students also get a second chance. If they maybe applied and didn't receive a scholarship in the first cycle, they have a second opportunity in the fall. And then one of the biggest benefits is, you know, a lot of our students are making admission decisions in late spring or summer. And we only have the one cycle in the spring, they miss the opportunity and they would have to wait an entire year before they can apply for a scholarship. So this allows us kind of late admission students to be able to apply in the fall cycle for that current academic year scholarships. So it's been really beneficial there. And just to give you kind of an idea of the average number of applicants in the last 3 years, our first cycle we've had just about 500 and second cycle usually between 500 and 550 students. And we only have the one cycle, we were averaging between 500 and 600 students for the entire year. So we're seeing many more applicants, unduplicated numbers there. So, yeah. Any questions? Go over kind of what the eligibility generally is for our students. We have simplified this over the years as well and really trying to capture as many students as possible to be eligible to apply for a scholarship. So currently our criteria to be eligible to apply is going to be an admitted degree seeking students in either a certificate or degree program. You must have a cumulative 2.0 GPA or higher. And that can come from your high school transcripts, previous college experience, or your GED. And the last piece there, again, these are financial need-based scholarships. The student must demonstrate financial need with having either a FAFSA or ORSA on file with the college. And there are about, yeah, I would say there are 3 main components of our selection formula, if you will. The first being financial need. Again, that's demonstrated with the SAI, which is the Student Aid Index, and that comes from the FAFSA or the ORSA. And that basically tells us how much money does a student have available for their education. So that's a number that's included through the FAFSA or ORSA.
And then the second piece is the academic promise that a student shows. Again, these are investments. We want to make sure that our students have solid academic plans, why they're here, what their goals are. And that is demonstrated through the narrative questions. We have 3 of those. I'll go into that in the next slide. Those are 3 questions that students answer on their application. And the last piece is an in-district preference. As you remember, that was a big change we made a couple years ago. The committee and the board decided they wanted to make that change, but they also wanted to give in-district students a preference. So they get a 5% increase on their total application score if they are in district. So here are those 3 questions. They're short. So the max word count for each of these questions is 300. So students need to be pretty concise and to the point. And the first one is financial life circumstances. This allows the student to really explain what their current situation is financially. And when we look at FAFSAs and ORSAs, that is 2 tax years ago information. That happened 2 tax years ago. A lot can change in 2 years, as we know, in our life and our students' lives. So this is an opportunity for students to really show what their current circumstances are that might not be reflected in the FAFSA or the ORSA. The second piece is that education and career goals, really describing what their plan is, what they're doing to demonstrate their goals. Do they have met with academic advisors? Do they have a plan of what they want to do here at COCC and then even beyond? And that third piece is just kind of personal accomplishment, allowing them to maybe share something just a little bit more personal about themselves, some leadership things that they have done in high school or life that they want to share. And what I think is very cool about our selection process is that each cycle we have around 100 to 150 community volunteers review these narrative questions. And you've done that before, thank you, I really appreciate it. So each application, it's an anonymous process. Each application, these 3 narrative questions are read by 4 different community volunteers, and then we average that score. So it's a very robust process that hopefully removes bias, and there's a lot of data around there, having the 4 average scores to get a final score there. So when you combine all of those different selection components, we get down to kind of total application score. This is shown here. The financial need is worth 55%. The narrative question and academic performance of the students is 40%, and that in-district preference is 5% of the equation. And really, really roughly, we rank students with the highest score and we break them all the way down and we start at the top, work our way down until we run out of money. It's a little more complicated than that, obviously, but that's just kind of a rough idea of how we award those students. Right now, we are straddling 2 different academic years, 2 different scholarship cycles. So we're still in the 24-25. We're still doing a few smaller awards here and there, but for the most part, we're wrapped up with 24-25. We're actually currently accepting applications for next academic year. So we're in our first cycle window right now. The application opened up on February 1st and it's going to close on May 1st. So students have a couple more weeks to apply for scholarships. And the next piece will be going through our renewal cycle, which is where we offer those renewal students a chance to receive a scholarship for next year. So they're returning COCC students. And then in the fall, we will open up that kind of certain cycle. So yeah, late summer, August 1st, and we'll open up that next application window. So lots of different things going on kind of throughout the year. Like I said, right now we're straddling 2 scholarship cycles, but yeah, excited for 25-26. And this is my last slide here. We hear from students all the time that scholarships change their personal life, their academic life, and we actually have a lot of data to back that up as well. I want to share this kind of first top portion here, just shows kind of summary of who a foundation scholarship recipient is. So 7.4% of COCC students receive a foundation scholarship. That's a really high number. The next bullet point kind of breaks it down by gender. 31% of our scholarship recipients identify as Black, Indigenous, and people of color. 6.4% of our recipients are veterans. And then this last bullet breaks down where these students are in their program. So 52% CTE, 40% transfer, 6% exploratory, 2% in socio-general science. So When I first started, it was about 50-50 for CTE and transfer, and it's really more and more heavily towards CTE as those programs are growing and just have more demand for them as well. And then this last piece really shows the impact of scholarships on academic success. So our scholarship recipients outperform the general cohort of COCC academically. They have higher GPAs, 7.1% higher than the COCC cohort. They take more credits per term, usually around a little over 2 credits per term more than the general cohort. And they're completing their courses with a C or better at higher rates than the general cohort as well. So scholarships really do change lives and help their students, both personally and academically. And yeah, there's a lot of information that happen to answer questions.
With the $2.2 million, oh, sorry.
Oh, how is I imagine increased labor with the 2 cycles, how is that going?
Yeah, it's going. Yeah, it's good. We're doing cadence now. We're not sure you're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a good system down. From the foundation side, yes, it's a lot more work, but it's also a lot more work on our financial aid partners. So that's one thing that we knew was gonna happen. We didn't know how heavily it was gonna impact them. So we heavily rely on our colleagues down the financial aid to actually do a lot of disbursement and a lot of they collect a lot of our acceptance forms and our thank you letters, and they're invaluable partners to us. A lot of the burden has been placed on them by having 2 cycles. We all realize the benefits of having the 2 cycles, and we're all in it for our students, but it's a lot of, more than double the work. Yeah.
What was your question there?
The increased labor for the 2 cycles instead of 1.
So your $2.2 million that's available this year. Does the second and third year renewals included in that 2.2?
Yes. Yeah.
So you probably have a third of it's actually new students with new scholarships.
Say that again?
So I think a third of that money, of the 2.2, 700,000, is a new student first year scholarship.
Yeah, it really changes every year. It can swing by hundreds of thousands every year for that renewal. It really depends on, we saw, in COVID, a lot of our students weren't returning. So we had a lot of carry forward that we were expecting to give to renewal students that they didn't come back for the next year. It really changes every year, but I would say it's probably around a third. So you're right. And then you get the on average,
So follow up on that question, follow up on your answer. If a student first year gets the scholarship and they have something happens or you miss the second year, can they reapply?
Yeah, so that's actually a change. I didn't note this. It's more kind of an administrative change, but it greatly impacts our students. So just last year, we made as a committee a decision, so it's gonna be starting for 25-26. It used to be that if you received a scholarship and you fell out of compliance, you weren't, you didn't attend spring term or you took a year off, you were not eligible to receive any more foundation funding. Like that was kind of it. And it's just with limited resources, we wanted to give it to students who, were here and they were committed. But we made the decision last year to kind of like sports. You get 3 years of eligibility for a foundation scholarship now. And you can redshirt your sophomore year and come back and get it, third year. So we are changing our policy. We're kind of piloting it for 1 year and kind of seeing how it goes, because it's very manual. We don't have an automatic way in our systems to track those students. So it's very manual in tracking that. We're just not quite sure administratively how we're gonna be able to handle that. We're gonna try it for a year because we hear from our students, life happens, things come up. We also have a petition process that students can apply through. So let's say they, attended fall term, had a baby in winter term and needed to take the term off. In the past, we were kind of done, right? That was it. And that was penalizing the students who didn't need to be penalized. And so there's a petition process to defer your scholarship. So a lot of our pre-nursing students will receive a scholarship for 1 or 2 years when they're doing the prereqs. they haven't been admitted to the nursing program yet. So they'll defer their, third year until they get admitted to the nursing program. And so it's a petition process. We usually approve everything that's pretty reasonable. So we try to work with the students and not penalize them or get to move any handed on that.
Hopefully the pilot works.
Yeah, it sounds like a very
Neighbors.
equitable decision-making process. Yeah, pretty awesome.
Yeah, and there are stipulations there, right? They had to have, if they weren't in good academic standing, if they, there's some things that just really will disqualify them. Or receiving a scholarship again, but for the most part, that's not the case for our students. It's usually life happens, something happens, and then it takes some time.
But what if it's like a student who did poorly academically, but had some horrible traumatic thing happen during that term?
Yeah.
I mean, would that be something that could be overcome?
Yeah, and usually one term of failing grades isn't gonna have to be cumulative GPA, right? And so that would have to.
Well, if it's your first term.
It's your first term, yes. Usually it has to be a pattern of several terms in a row to kind of drop below good academic standing in this case.
So you're not gonna kick someone out of the first term, after the first term?
Yeah.
For students who are receiving the Oregon Promise, they're having, their tuition is covered essentially from that program. So do you have students who are receiving foundation scholarships who are also receiving Oregon Promise?
Yeah, completely. And Alicia, maybe you can talk about Oregon Promise. It's kind of a misconception that it's paying for everything here at COCC. That's kind of what we hear. But the cost of attendance at COCC, the COA that calculated like what it costs for a student to attend COCC for an entire year, and that includes transportation and living expenses, books, tuition fees. That's around what, $24,000 or so. Oregon Promise is a very small piece of that. So we say that it is a spoke in their entire financial aid package, right? So they can get OSAC funding, Oregon Promise, the foundation, scholarship, Pell Grant, and they're still likely not even gonna get close to that 24,000 that it actually costs. You want to talk about Oregon Promise at all?
Yeah, I mean, you have Oregon Promise, students have to accept any state or federal grants, and then the tuition and fees are covered after that point. So it's not necessarily totally independent in that sense, but it does make their education free when they add in grants, and then this foundation scholarship can sit on top of that.
Help you be able to attend for all your other stuff.
Yeah.
How many scholarships are given out roughly every year?
Right around 400 or so. 400 students so received.
So those are, so I've gone to high school and given out some different scholarships and during their award assembly. But then I noticed some of them are, they're not going to COCC, they've got other scholarships in mind somewhere else. So those are provisional scholarships.
Those are COCC merit scholarships. We're completely separate from the foundation. Those are not foundation funded. Those are not, that is not my world.
Yeah, no, our merit scholarship program is funded from the general fund. And it's, I lost track of the dollar amount. I think we're at $1,600 a year for those.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's awesome, but you're not awarding foundation scholarships.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Bummer.
Other questions? Thank you all, appreciate it.
Thanks, Brittany.
That was
Thank you. Great presentation. Okay, this is a marathon tonight. We are on tuition and fees.
I'll stop asking questions.
Pardon?
I said, how? You just- And I'll stop asking questions. No, never.
No, did you have more questions?
No, I'm just saying it is a marathon. It is a marathon night. Yes.
It's all good. I mean,
It's wonderful.
this is,
Yes.
I learned something at virtually every meeting. It's never a bad day if you learn something.
And it's better that we're not doing this in executive session.
Got it. Well, I am
Those aren't
not,
fun.
I was making a joke. So, go ahead.
No, we're good to go. I sat through 5 years of city council meetings for 1 o'clock in the morning. It was great.
I know, the year that Bruce was on council and was here, He'd come in and he'd go, just make my life easy, tell me the answer. So I believe this is Alicia and Michael, right?
Yes.
Michael, oh, Michael's standing up.
In your packet this evening is a resolution to approve the recommended increase in tuition and fees that we discussed earlier in the presentation. So there would be a $3.50 increase to the in-district tuition, non-resident veterans, an increase of $4.75, out-of-district border state, an increase of $5, and out-of-state international, an increase of $10.50. That in-district increase would be about 2.89% to $124.50 for tuition for the 26th fiscal year. On the fees, we only recommend a $1 increase to the technology fee, going from $17.50 to $18.50. So the option analysis would be to approve the 25-26 tuition and fee rates as recommended. Number two would do not approve the proposed rates and propose modifications to the recommended rate. The budget impact, the increase in budgeted tuition and fee would be roughly $633,400. Not the number that was in the earlier version. That was a little bit higher than that. Well, Jim pointed it out to me on Saturday. He wrote me an email.
So Michael, I have a question for you. How did you get to 2.89%? And the reason I ask is because it seems like $124.50. Like, why wouldn't it just be $125?
What I did after discussing this at SLT is I wrote a formula that basically rounded down to the next 50 cents.
Oh. Okay.
Previously, we had done round down to the nearest dollar, but we decided that rounding to the nearest 50 cents would generate a little bit more income for the college.
More the dollar than the percentage.
Yeah, I wanted to keep it around 3%.
What we've been doing.
Yeah. Thoughts, questions?
Sounds good to me.
Consistent.
Stand within our limit.
Yeah. And we've seen from the budget that we can make this work.
I'll make a motion to be it resolved that Central Oregon Community College Board of Directors hereby approve the proposed 25-26 tuition and fees presented in section 8.
Second.
We have a motion by Joe and a second by Alan to approve the proposed tuition and fees. Is there any further discussion? Thank you for your work on this, Michael, and everybody who went that put into it. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no or raising your hand. Noting none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then what is the resolution that's also 12A1? That's about budget appropriation resolution, which is moving money, financial from club sports.
That's the one that we met
Okay,
submitting, so we'll do it next month.
okay.
I noticed that yesterday and I was looking like, what did I put in there?
Yeah, and I was kind of trying to follow like what exactly, anyway, okay, we'll cover that next time. Thank you. So we now go to Zach and the Foundation Memorandum of Agreement.
I'm over here. Hello, everyone. You see the draft memorandum of agreement in your packet. This is common for the foundation and the college to operate under a shared agreement. We realized last year that this document hadn't been brought to you since 2003. So it felt like it needed updating. Worked on a draft with Lori and with Erin McDonald, chair of the foundation board. She sends her regards this evening. So again, you'll also see the proposed resolution, 3 options: to accept as is, to amend with edits, or to not agreed to sign. Again, this is something that is a best practice in relationships with the foundation and the college. You know, we're a separate 501c3. We have a separate board of directors, separate audit. We don't commingle finances. I sort of straddle the line of serving both the college and the foundation. All foundation staff are college employees and serve under this agreement back to serve the college. So happy to take any questions or other information.
My recommendation that we do this every 4 years, we have a new set, potentially new members on this board.
Great.
Because I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Since 2003, and I've been here more than 2 terms.
Yeah.
So I think that my recommendation, if it's in this memorandum of agreement, that we include that.
Great.
That we revisit this. Either by
Can
date.
we
Easy.
add that, well, okay, yeah, we don't need to, because this is terminable at any time, so.
It is.
Any comments or questions?
Would you like that to say reviewed every 4 years or at least every 4 years?
Well, at least every
At
4
least.
years.
We could bring it back annually, candidly.
Well, that's just,
Okay.
That seems like too much.
Okay.
it's too much.
Great.
But it is good to have an agreement that we're all kind of
I-
working together in the same,
Like I said.
and that we're supporting each other. I mean, we know you guys support us, we want to support you.
Well, and candidly, we thought this had been updated. There was a draft review and when COVID, it sat in draft and it never came to the board. That's on me. So, yeah.
Stuff happens.
It was a reopening task.
Stuff wasn't the word I was gonna
Was it the
use.
reopening task force that?
I was a little distracted. I think we all.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve this resolution?
With changes noted for every 4 years.
Mhm.
Okay.
Move to approve this memorandum of agreement between Central Oregon Community College and the COCC Foundation. Including the changes just discussed.
All right, it's been moved by Aaron and seconded by Jim. Any further discussion? Noting none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Noting none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you. And if you ever are interested to see how the other community college foundations are supported by their institution, have that 8 hours ready for it, but I'll share that another time.
Not tonight. But appreciate that very much. Okay, so we now are on Board of Directors Operations, and we're gonna do the committee updates, but before we do that, I would like to take just a minute because we really would like to get one more retreat done before Greg Pereira comes, because we've talked about this over the last few months, and we've done a little bit of training on board governance, but there's some other things that we really, I think, could benefit from. And so we do have Mary Spilda, who is that how you say her name?
I say Spildy, but maybe it's Spilda, I don't know.
Okay, well, Mary.
I've always said spilled up. We'll
Well,
get
Mary, we know
Yes.
Mary.
Yeah.
Mary, former president of Lane Community College, yes. We've seen her do the presentation on governance at ACCT, and she's phenomenal. But she's also going to kind of tailor it to our particular interests and needs. We had some challenges with dates. Every date that we put out, there were at least 3 board members who could not make it. So then we pivoted to looking at a couple of Saturdays to try to find when we could make it. And the only day that we found out that we thought everyone could make it, except that Aaron was unable to make it, and Alan says he's
I'm
kind
not
of
sure yet.
50-50-ish. So I'm kind of inclined, Aaron said she might be able
I
to.
will forego my family reunion.
We appreciate that, thank you.
Well, you know, if you do it on the Saturday, I've had a lot of experience with governance. Maybe it's easier for you guys to do it, and maybe I just don't need to be there.
I mean, hopefully you can.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see, okay.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let us write down.
What's the date?
May
May
30th.
31st.
Yeah, that's when you already have. Okay.
Okay, yeah, all
I
right,
don't remember
so,
going a different way than.
so let it be so that on May 31st, this board will meet probably here. Or maybe in another pool building on, maybe paint me.
We'll see.
Yeah, don't, too soon, too soon.
Oh.
I warned you, I was tired and cranky. Okay, we will meet somewhere cool on campus, at, 8 AM.
9 to 1.
9 to 1, okay.
It's my birthday the day before, and I might need a little extra time in the morning, so if we could just.
9 to 1.
And I'll.
Do you have a particular cake that you like?
Well, you made it
Wait,
tonight.
Do you want that? I'll bring it.
I will bring cake. I will
I'll
bring,
bring that.
I will bring,
That's so easy.
no, I will bring this cake.
Okay, all right, sorry, we're, yeah,
My
okay.
pleasure.
Okay, yes, so we will meet on the 31st at 9 AM. We promise to finish by 1. We will make it meaningful. I don't know that we're gonna use the entire 4 hours for governance. We're gonna talk, Lori and Erica and Mary and me, once we had a date. And I know we've got a couple of other things that we wanted to put on the retreat, such as if we can do but I don't know what we're gonna be able to get, but we'll, at a minimum, y'all will hear about it at our next board meeting. And if need be, we'll let people know before that. Did someone say something? Okay,
Keep
all right.
going.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate, thank you, Aaron, especially, we appreciate that. And Alan, fingers crossed that you can make sure. Okay, so then we move to, Aaron, you want to give a update on the advocacy committee, please?
Real quick, so it is, legislative focus is kind of happening across Oregon these days. There are several key bills that we're kind of keeping an eye on, obviously the budget, student basic needs. Just want to confirm, I'm pretty sure that one bill relating to community college board stuff is dead.
The day is the day.
I think it's been dead.
Okay.
I think it's done.
I haven't been able to.
Which one? Weren't there 2?
Well, the one that would require a student non-voting member and then and it also required like emails. I don't think it's proceeded.
What about the one that required approving every organization that's?
It was in that.
Oh, it's the same bill.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. Thank
I
you.
don't think it's gone on. So anyway, just, I was wondering if you knew that, but
I haven't been able to be on the
kind of
last 2
figured,
calls.
yeah.
But
It's been pretty darn quiet on that front and it's doesn't seem like that's gonna go ahead. I wanted to note that it looks like OCCA will be presenting to HEC on April 14th. Related
That's
to the
my
budget. Well, noted. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Christy Walker, who testified at the Ways and Means hearing last Friday night in Warm Springs on behalf of the student basic needs bills, and she was awesome. She really knocked it out of her. She just did great representing the college and advocating for students. So there is one more public testimony opportunity for the Ways and Means Committee on April 16. And I'm probably gonna hop on there and make some comments, and I submitted some testimony, but I will also add, I'll be there in person to talk about these things. Or virtual. And then lastly, at the last meeting, we talked a bit about outreach and that being a function of the outreach and advocacy or advocacy and outreach committee. And the one note to make right now is we've been talking about giving board members a chance to think about who Greg should be meeting with in each of your zones as he's getting his feet wet. Zach has a master database of all of these amazing contacts throughout the region, and he may send that our way and we'll send it to you and just say, give this a look. If there's anybody else that Greg should be meeting with, please write their name down and we'll make sure we kind of get it into his orientation time over the first few months that he's here.
Perfect, thank you.
That is
Great,
it.
yeah, I'll send that out soon.
Thank you.
Kind of trying to group it into tiers, but I'll need your help with that too.
We should,
Love it.
yeah, we should think about regions too.
Yep.
Right, I mean,
Make sure it's,
grouping.
I'm gonna
grouping
give,
in
yeah, I'll need
regions.
some help, but I appreciate that. It's in progress.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, the board self-evaluation committee.
Yes, thank you for putting it on this month's agenda in hopes that we have some time to do this during the May retreat. And if we don't, we will decide when we will do this. Just as a reminder, board members, we self-evaluate ourselves individually and how effective we are as a board collectively. And so The evaluation tool hasn't been looked at in a little
Everybody but
while.
me, right? I think that's what. I think it should be. I just had one question about it, but go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. Hasn't been looked at in a while, so the committee this year is me, Joe and Alan, and so we were able to hop on a call a couple of weeks ago. Where I brought up some proposed revisions to the evaluation, and so that's what you have here in your packet. I hope people have had a chance to look at it. 3 key differences that I will point out. The first are the survey questions themselves are similar in nature, but there are a few more and they get just a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more specific. The second is the current evaluation tool asks about the college's performance and strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats kind of around the college. We eliminated that from this. It got a little, as the person who compiled all of the results last year, there was a lot of conflation happening, it was a little confusing, and we spend 99% of our time talking about the college. And so this is really our opportunity to just stay very, very focused on the board itself. So that's the second change. The third change are recommended evaluation parameters. So we're all evaluating through a common lens. They're recommendations, but it helps us think of like, oh, would I be a 2 or a 3? In this instance, there's a little bit of guidance that you can see to help you better evaluate yourself and the board. So that's what you see here. We are following the timeline. If you all recall, we created a timeline last year that suggested the board self-evaluation committee present this right around this time of year. So I'm really thrilled that we have stuck with that timeline in anticipation of upcoming retreats.
I really commend your committee, Erin, because the first thing that struck me when I reviewed this was that you took out the college thing, and I think that was, I mean, that's a problem for us anyway on this thing, but it created a real problem last year with the new folks on the board. Like, how do I evaluate, you know, if this is a board evaluation, but it's asking about the college. So that was really terrific. I have one question, and it's about under section 1, number 6. I'm wondering if it shouldn't also reference the president. You know, respecting the role of, and I mean, senior leadership team could be, you know, could be considered to include the president, but since the president is our direct employee, it seemed like it ought to say the president there. That was just my thinking on that.
Easy, yeah.
But I thought this was a great job. I recognize the substance from previous years, but it's better organized, and it gives us more parameters to think about. Like what you said, here's what it means to be a 5, a 4, or a 3, a 2, a 1.
And then we're keeping, of course, the open-ended comments question, how important that is for generating our conversation at the retreat. So that will, oh, wait, 4 changes. Moving to an electronic form.
I was gonna ask, did you work?
Yes, 4 changes. So I know Kyle, we're gonna work collaboratively with the college's recommended tool and Kyle's support to do this in a digital format. Great.
Great, actually.
Exciting. So that's the 4th change. And we'll make sure it's a secure tool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So when do you think it'll go out, and when do you want it back?
Well, I think that probably all is dependent on when we're gonna have a conversation around it.
Okay.
Yeah, when will it be?
Oh, I guess now that we know we're gonna do May 31st,
Okay.
Lori and Mary and Erica and I will convene shortly.
Okay.
We'll try to do that in the next week. Is that feasible?
Well, I don't know.
I'm like, you know. I know, me too, yeah.
This stuff takes a lot of time. Well, how much, it's almost like
We'll try.
half a day on its own.
Yeah, so let me know.
This has only been about an hour conversation at the very most.
Well, and I will
Well,
add
not
that I
last year.
felt like last year was
Last year was.
insufficient timing allocated. One person's perspective, I would love for there to be a little more time allocated to discussion.
Which is one of my hesitations about putting it
Because
on
it's a
this
half-day
meeting.
retreat.
Yeah.
So. I'll let you,
We'll try to talk and figure it out and circle
Okay.
back with you.
okay,
Is it executive session content? Not really.
I don't
wouldn't
think so.
No, there's nothing here that would. allow
Yeah,
that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know of any executive session provision that would govern allowing us to.
no, is our.
There was something in it that was executive session within it, but pretty unlikely, but it could be.
Could come up, I suppose.
Would we not be talking about it then until fall?
Jay, what?
Would we not be talking about it then until, would we be talking about it then in an open meeting?
Probably not because of the time that it takes. I would say, and this is something that Erica and I talked about, which is why we were trying to make a retreat in May before the end of the year. I mean, we could potentially do June. I don't know how all our calendars are. It may just end up being a discussion in July. Maybe Greg's welcome to the board.
Yeah, we were going to try to plan to meet in hopefully July, which we'll need to start sending out and solidifying dates here soon. That was like a not spring break problem that
So
Kyle's gonna help us. Yeah.
You agree with me, Erica? If we can't get it in May, this will be a July topic.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. And if we
Okay.
need more time than an hour, then we'll take that into consideration in building the agenda and then also the amount of time we spend in the retreat.
Yeah, because usually, I mean, well, usually I think we've only done the July retreat twice, but it's been a whole day. So there's more time.
I love the idea of Greg being in the room. That'd be really helpful for him.
We're
that is-
pretty
yeah.
nice to each other, so.
That's a good point. Whatever you and Erica decide. Is
Sounds
great,
good
just
to me.
let us know, because then we do need a little bit of buffer here to. Small buffer, I don't know, we haven't talked about the logistics of it, but to build the tool, circulate it, give you time to.
Yeah.
Complete it, compile the results, so we need a little bit of.
Okay,
I think we'll end up talking about it in July, how that would be retreat. Let's just get this thing built, put it on a survey and get it done. And then it'll be ready to go in July. I mean, there's,
Yeah, I probably want it to be very like fresh in people's minds too. I don't know if we want to do like too far in advance of when we're actually discussing it, but I mean, that's.
Sometime in.
Fair.
in June. where
Yeah.
We issue it out.
May,
give it
June.
to- In late, May, late May.
okay. We'll have our people talk. So does
Okay.
anyone have, I want to thank you guys because I
Sure.
think you did a really good job. Does anyone have comments or questions on the substance?
no, I like,
No, just thank Aaron a lot.
yeah, I was gonna say, Aaron,
Erin's the one that's keeping us on track because she asked me, she's like, when are we supposed to do that? And I'm like, oh, shoot, I think it's soon, but I think it was on our calendar. And
And
she's
it
like,
was.
she pulls it up, she goes, in fact, it is, and now is the time to do this. So she pulled the committee together and kept us on track. And I think you took the first effort at redrafting it, so thank you.
yeah, a
Thank
lot
you very
of nice cleanups on verb or word verbiage. Also, we need to just correct this retreat.
Oh, yeah, that'll be,
What I would do is just leave it
Yeah,
out. We
yeah.
Date it when we do confirm it.
we do it, yeah.
I don't think it's hyperbole to say that this is the best that the firm has looked as long as I've been on the board, so
Thank
thank you. All right, that brings us to Kai's Trust, which is also you, Aaron.
Actually, okay, Kai's Trust, we met, as a reminder, I'm the board liaison to the Kai's Trust. And the meetings are me and Lori and Zach as a liaison to the foundation. We met and as discussed earlier today. There were a lot of fiat requests this year, and so I've been on it, this is my second year being on this, and so we look at all of the fiat requests that weren't in that initial cut.
Yeah.
For consideration for funding through the Kai's Trust. This year, we have $62,300,000 to allocate. And out of all of the options, which there were a lot, we have decided to fund the corrections education coordinator for Deer Ridge with one slight modification. You know, Emma and Jay have put in a ton of work, and the ask for additional support is definitely warranted. And all requests are worthy, as Lori has said, no question about it. They have requested a full-time position. We don't have the funding in Kai's Trust to do a full-time position. But it could fund a half-time position. There would be a bit of a balance that the college would have to cover to do that, but we felt like that was reasonable and the college could do that. And so, you know, it's conversations yet to be had, certainly with Emma and Jay and the rest of the team, but making them aware of this and,
They'll get an email tomorrow. If they're, you know, is probably still tuned in, then
Yeah.
perfect.
yeah.
Emma's at a conference right now on higher education in Columbus.
Thank you so much. That's great. I think it sounds wonderful, personally.
Yeah, and you know, Anne Marie, I'll have a conversation with Emma and Jay and talk about what'll be part of that halftime position. But, you know, our hope is it definitely gives some relief to those two who've been putting in hours and hours and hours in it. It allows us to maintain what we're doing and make sure we finish with the students we have. And then next year, I think you'll all have a conversation about growth, even further growth and maybe a full-time position, but I won't be here for that. So
Yeah, and just.
it'll be on the
so
docket,
this-
so I'm gonna put it.
It's a coordinator position. I believe it's a lot of administrative support as Emma and Jay have been doing above and beyond to meet the demanding, just to remind people that having the transfer degree program and now that the folks are now eligible for Pell Grants, so the correctional facility is certified, so that's where the demand has really increased for this program and this opportunity, so those are two excellent opportunities and to be able to give more people a chance.
What is the Pell Grant funding for these folks who are incarcerated?
I will get you as though you know. I'm sure you know.
What is the Pell Grant fund for adults in custody?
I believe it's the
program?
same as the regular award.
Yep.
It's just maybe going into your account. I mean, they're paying tuition?
Yes.
Yes.
They are paying tuition.
Yes. We have a foundation scholarship now also to support two students. Public testimony matters, Sam. And I'll send that note out college-wide on the Kai's Trust minutes to Kathleen tomorrow too, so.
And I'll put it in with the fiat request,
Great.
so,
Great.
and I'll send it note to Emma tomorrow.
Thanks, Erin, for helping make that happen.
That's it. Investment committee is Laura. Or Michael, do you want?
Or we could jump
Not
to
gonna
board
take-
member activities and just run through that file and then. So nothing to report.
Oh, okay, March 19th, I had the board self-evaluation committee meeting, so you had that.
Oh, I guess I have that. too.
Ellen
Yeah.
had that too.
Okay.
March 21st. I had the advocacy committee meeting. On April 2nd, I had the Kai's Trust meeting. And on April 18th, just yesterday, I had the OCCA DEI committee meeting, and the committee is working toward creating a tool for boards to leverage in a world of great change as it relates to DEI efforts, so stay tuned for that.
Staying tall. Yeah, at 16 that I catch up with, I've been out of town, I was faithful on a catch up with Laura Calder, and today I had a catch up Calder. That's it.
I had the advocacy meeting on March 21st. On Friday, April 4, I had a nice chat with Ross Tomlin, who is running for Ben Lapine School District. He lives in Lapine. He'll be running for that district as an at-large member and working to try to advocate a little bit more for educational programs in the Lapine area. He was a former past community college president as well, and dean, I believe, at COCC. Was a dean at COCC?
Yeah, he's been a long time.
Yeah.
He hired me.
Hired Anne Marie.
Yes,
Proof he's
so
a good
if you
guy.
know Ross Tomlin and you think that Ross Tomlin should get onto that board, go ahead and get on his website and endorse him. And then that evening, I went to the Ways and Means hearing in Warm Springs and didn't get a chance to speak, but submitted some testimony in support of it. So,
I had met with the real estate committee on the 17th of March, and then on the 19th, our board self-evaluation committee.
Could you send me the Ross Tomlin thing? So I know where to go?
Yep, I'll just forward it to you. Erica?
I had a check-in with Lori and Laura on April 4th, and that's it.
Oh, she's going to do, the president's report, we can put that in there too.
Great.
Spring enrollment point in time compared to last year. The latest data is up 6% in FTE, up 3.6% in head count. And I will not belabor anything more, but just call your attention to all those wonderful upcoming events listed under dates, including but not limited to the 75th anniversary celebration on Friday, May 2nd. That is my report. I don't want to get in Laura's way, but so if you think I shouldn't talk about the president's evaluation committee, just tell me, don't say anything, Lori.
You told
I
them
think you
that?
should
I can
tell
tell you about that.
Yeah, because I don't even know what we even need.
Yeah.
Do you?
Well, I said to Laura, I suggested to Laura, and she said, just put it on the agenda, that this year you didn't have to call everybody and meet and score and all that. But I also said, I think it'd be really appropriate if I took my goals for the year and I gave an update on that. So I will provide that for you. What I got done, what didn't get done. Although I'm pretty close to all done, and that would be sufficient if the committee agreed, and if you all agreed to get a report from me rather than other stuff.
Works for me.
And I just want to say publicly, if anybody has anything they want to say about me to the board, that doesn't preclude you calling.
So I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
We don't want to go into details, so we hurt pretty bad if we fired you before you're into your.
It's a while yet. I mean, it's really 3 months, so I've got time.
I know.
Well, that's all I got.
So, we didn't, Erica, did we have you report on your board activities?
She did.
She did everything?
Yes, I did. Thank you for checking though. I'm still here.
Can anyone else report on the investment committee?
Sure, I can. So we did have an investment committee meeting. I discussed what the LGIP is currently paying. I believe it's 4.6%. Really competitive compared to other investment options out there. However, some of the other counties have decided to pull some of their money out of the LGIP and invest it longer term. Because then it gives us some fixed rate that we know about in case rates really drop at LGIP. So they asked me to look into a platform where we could buy some other types of securities. I'll look at US Bank and a couple others, bring that information back to the committee, and then they will say, yeah, that makes sense to us. And then we'll look at investment options. It could be something like, 5-year treasuries. Maybe we put $1 million in and then we do that for a couple of months to kind of lock in an interest rate. And just do it for a small amount of the fund, not nearly all of it, maybe 5-10%, and then see how that goes. So we haven't made a decision about anything, but we were just discussing options because that's what other government entities have done before. I mean, rates could go up, they could go down, they could go sideways.
He's gonna do it better than me.
We don't know,
How
so,
often is the committee meeting?
we're meeting quarterly. Their next meeting, I believe, is in June. Is that right?
Yes.
June.
It's a good committee.
It is a good committee, good
Impressive,
discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the investment committee as good as our budget committee?
Man, that's rough. We have a good budget committee.
So we do board member activities.
Yeah, we're all through it.
Can I email you mine
Yes.
again? It was another quite impressive month, if I do say so myself. Not in a way that I want it to be, but it's okay.
Are you
Okay,
expecting a raise?
I am. I'm expecting that I get doubled. No, the end is in sight, June 30th. Not that it hasn't been my extreme honor to do this, but. So, I understand Lori gave the president's report. Thanks, you guys. My daughter had a medical emergency and I had to go talk to her. She never calls me, and if she calls me, then you take the call, so. So dates, I mean, you can all see, who's able to go this Saturday to the dinner?
I'll be there.
We'll have a few folks, they're good. I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun. And then, of course, we've got a couple of other events on here. And one of the big things coming up is on Friday, May 2nd, we have the events of the 75th anniversary celebration, 4 o'clock at the COCC Campus Center. And then, of course, our next board meeting is here on the 14th. And then we start a road show in June. We're going to Prineville.
I think June is Prineville. We tried to get Lapine in July and he's talked to the principal there and he said, hey, come back during the regular school year. So Kyle will
Legit.
fall and fall and we'll get to
Legit.
Okay, a little easier for them in the summertime.
easier for them to manage.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
they'll, it'll.
More likely
probably
people can.
More
be-
likely to come around too.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
What about their community center? That's a pretty nice location. Their community center?
I do think summer is a little harder, like we tried to do an event there in July last year and it was. It's just. a
Well, that's like
rough
that every-
time.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And what about Madras and?
they show up again next year. We've been there this
Oh,
year.
that's right, we have. Okay, okay, then I think, is there anything else that needs to come before the board? No, thank you, everybody, for your patience and for your participation. I know it was long, but I think it was a really good meeting. We got a lot accomplished. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening,
Bye,
everyone. Bye.
Audience, he didn't have a meeting.